if you're an average Joe like me. One day, man. In the bear market, I'm just gonna attack those buyers, accumulate BTC.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And don't let the
get those
idea
sats.
of whole coin being the goal, but don't let it stop you from
I
nibbling.
was just
Yeah.
I was just gonna say that, man. It's just, you can get yourself stuck. Cause imagine if it doesn't retrace where you want to, and Bitcoin just keeps on pushing for a while, and
Keeps
4
on
years later,
marching,
you're like,
yeah.
because I think that's a
A
lot.
good
Go ahead.
Oh, you're right, man. Like, I think a good approach, instead of trying to flip it with the cycles, although that has been like a pretty safe bet, instead of selling what you have at the top and then buying it back with the money that you sold, you could just buy the dips. Don't ever part with your Bitcoin ever. Like, just
Never
hold it
sell your
and buy the
Bitcoin.
dips. Yeah, never
Yeah.
sell your Bitcoin.
Having one
Yeah,
static
that's one way.
Bitcoin is not a bad
Mm,
idea, right? One
yeah, it's
Bitcoin
like
that
an
if
insurance.
you never have to sell it, it doesn't change your lifestyle at all. It's
Yeah,
just a oh shit button just in case something
yeah.
happens.
Yeah, if anything radical happens in the future, you've got that there.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of people that realize too, like that have been trading around. They're like, wait, hold up. I'm about to lose the opportunity. There's a possible chance I'm going to lose the opportunity of ever holding like a full Bitcoin, because they're looking at their portfolio or their holdings and they're like, oh, I'm
Mm.
pretty much close to 100K right now, and it's like, I don't want to go all in. So for me to make a wise
Yeah.
investment, this would be the time if I feel like the market's going to pump a little bit more. So maybe
Mm.
not a little bit, a lot more. I still think like the cycle might get extended if nothing black swanish happens, just because the regulations that are supposed to come in and the administration, how crypto friendly it is.
Yeah.
Like I'm just feeling super
Mm.
bullish long term.
I'm looking forward to regulations, right? Because the dream is to have diehard regulations that give you the safety of being able to truly do what Michael Saylor's doing in a way where you're collateralizing your Bitcoin and it's secured, right? And then you're using that money to live. Because like I said, like turning one Bitcoin at this point right now with today's rates, if you have 3 Bitcoin, you collateralize your Bitcoin, you would only have to collateralize about 16, 17% of it to get about 100K in living money, right? So you don't have to sell your Bitcoin. And your Bitcoin you don't pay
Mm.
capital gains on it because it's a debt. It's not income, it's a debt. So there's no capital gains on the loan. And then every
That's pretty cool.
year that you go, right, every year that your Bitcoin goes up in value, the percentage of it that you need to collateralize is less and less to hit that number that you need to actually live. That's the dream in the long run, right? Never so that's what when they say never sell your Bitcoin, that's what they mean. The same as assets, right? Like having a property that you borrow against that you never plan on selling. You just, or having an insurance policy that you borrow against, or any of the other sort of, self banking mechanisms that we use.
Um, Out of curiosity, if we had, like hypothetically speaking, a super cycle on Bitcoin,
Hmm.
would that be like more bullish in the long term, or because we don't stop back down and get some more gas, does that kind of slow the rate over the macro?
It'll go down eventually. Even in super cycles, you end up getting that bear market. It's just your bull market is extended, right? So your bull market might be extended by 12 months, 8 months, 24 months, or whatever. Now, depending on how much you pump, yeah, it's going to cut some people out of the market because going up to 150 and then retracing back to 60 or 50 is way different than pumping to 225 and retracing back to 100, right? There's a certain amount of people that'll be cut out of the market that won't be able to get, what they could have gotten. But I think if there's a super cycle, it'll be to extend it to match the top of the real estate cycle because we're so close to the real estate cycle topping out. It's about a year and a half out from where we should top and where equity should top. And I don't know, looking at metals the way that they're popping up now, I think it's possible that the powers that be try to extend the try to keep the faucet open. In other words, as long as possible, knowing that we're going into a deeper sort of correction because of the real estate cycle coming to an end. But that's all conjecture. Like, we don't know. We'll be able to tell the signs when we get there. But saying it now would be just moon boyish. I could see why they would try to do it. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah.
With the
Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
oh, just very quickly in that same like thought, with the business cycle situation, like, you know, just the global economy, if the timing happens to where we're expecting like some kind of Bitcoin bear market or correction, if all of that business cycle turns around and we get the easing and everything, it might just change. Like, we may still get our bear market, but it just shifts the severity of it. Like, instead of going down 50, 60, 70%, maybe it only goes down 30, you know,
Yeah.
or 40 or something like that. Like, makes the bear market shallow rather than nice and deep, but potentially. I don't know.
Zaid, I agree. The SBR would be the reason for a super cycle, but I've said it since the beginning, right? If we're just moving coins that we have into another wallet and calling it an SBR, that's cool, right? That means the buys are coming down the road. We love that. If the government starts to actually fill that SBR and starts to physically buy Bitcoin in real time to fill the SBR, that's going to set off the nation state game theory. That is something that could super cycle us, because now we'll have countries in competition to fill up, right? If America's coming in, you guys better get your Bitcoin. That type of shit, right? So then countries will come in, and then funds will come in, and yeah, it can get out of control at that point. For me, it's the difference between getting to a $7 or $8 trillion market cap or getting to a $10 to $12 trillion market cap. If we start to actually buy Bitcoin, I think we can get up above double digit, 12, 13, 14 trillion. Who knows where it would end? And the difference that makes for your alts, but the difference between a $7 trillion, $8 trillion market cap and a $10, $12 trillion market cap for your alts is probably like 4 or 5 X's.
And
The real
just was wondering if we did have a
go ahead.
super cycle, would that shift or offset like the kind of the 4-year cycle thing?
The timing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or does it just kind of offset it for a bit and then it corrects itself? Or
We can, if you give me a second, I'll look back at our last super cycle, the only super cycle we've ever had.
copy that. I've just never seen a super cycle, so it's where my curiosity comes from.
Yeah. So if we go to BLX, I think this might be the right chart. Okay, no, this is my birthday chart. Well,
Yo, Dbloc.
here in 2013 is where we had what people consider to be a super cycle, right? Where it continued for another year. The problem is that our 4-year sort of straight cycle that we've had since then, without any super cycles, has been the one that's really dependable, right? Because there was really low liquidity back here.
Yo, you know that thing you were saying with the RSI?
Yeah.
Do you think maybe it would be good if we had a cool off and it came back down and bounced off that again? And then we could maybe even have a bigger run up?
Yeah.
It would give us more momentum.
It would help. Just real quick, a lot of you guys haven't seen my 4-year cycle balance chart. I want you guys to take a look at some of these metrics that we have. From the top of the bull market to the bottom of the bull market, 396 days in 2014. From the top of the bull market to the bottom of the bull market, 396 days in 2018. From the top of the bull market to the bottom of the bull market, 395 days in 2022. So when we get our bull market top, we'll be able to run it forward about 390 days, 395 days, 96 days, and see where our bottom comes in. Now, 2013 bull market to 2017 bull market, from the top to the top, 1,461 days. So I was like, all right, maybe there's more correlation. So then I looked at the next top to the top, 1,431 days. Close, but and then I looked at bottoms to bottoms, right? So I was like, okay, let's run it bottom to bottom. 1,430 days. Wait a minute, that sounds familiar. Why is it so close to the top number? Bottom to the bottom, 1,430 days. Top to the top, 1,431 days. And then somebody that I showed this chart to told me that it was a leap year. So it was actually 1,430 days if you take out the extra day. So then I go back and say, okay, well, let's look at that top to the top. Top to the top, 1,461 days. Bottom to the bottom of 2019 to 2023, 1,461 days. It's been pure market symmetry, as perfect as you can get. Let's look at top to the halving. From the top of the bull market to the halving, 882 days. From the top of the bull market to the halving, 882 days. From the top of the bull market to the halving, 882 days.
Wow, that's incredible.
This is not, this is not random.
It's not by accident.
No, this is not random.
Do you think whales and institutions are more benefited from a super cycle potentially, or is it, you know, kind of like everybody wins, or would that sort of?
I mean, everybody wins at that point. Everybody wins at that point. The institutions have already tried to push us harder than we were supposed to go before we were supposed to go there, and they've paid for it. Right? They tried to break all-time high before the halving, and they did, and they had to go through the longest Bitcoin consolidation ever to correct that move. So hopefully they've learned their lesson and they don't try to make something happen when it shouldn't. But the symmetry that you see in this chart is created by the whales and the miners that made ridiculous amounts of money in the first couple runs, right? This symmetry gives whales and miners something to play off where it needs no communication, right? These groups don't have to communicate to each other to know that the 1,431th day came up, right? There has to be no sort of, it's just a play that we've been running for a long time. And if I see this, institutions see this. I'm not the smartest man in the world. Like, they've got tons of people on payroll. So trust me, if I see this, they see this. And not only do they see this, but this is why they got in.
So if they would make a fourth touch on the inclining channel, that fourth touch right above our head, let's say just touched by luck, someone was like, go, and we touched the top, it would be around 1.2 million, right?
You're at the top here?
The
top of the range?
inclining channel. You're right
Five,
there.
half a million.
Okay, 500,000.
Yeah, 500 something thousand.
Interesting.
Yeah, not that it has to, right? We just happen we just happen to be in a channel, so it's not like it has to do it. But timing is why I tell you guys that timing is so important. Timing is everything. I've ignored this timing to my own peril before. I was still waiting for 13.5 because there was a vector when we hit 15.5. I was waiting for 13.9 because there was a vector there when we were sitting at the 1,461st day. Right?
Yeah, Dbloc, you're giving the secret sauce out. Now they're going to trade against it.
They won't remember it.
So in that chart, where does the alt season happen?
Alt season happens at the end when Bitcoin breaks all-time highs. You see these tops, these red dotted lines? As Bitcoin breaks those all-time highs, that's when you start to see alts run, and you know, that's when it starts. So for us, you know, we broke all-time highs. We had a little alt run, but the alts didn't sustain their move when Bitcoin came back down because of the
Is it because
reasons we've
people
been
take
talking about.
profits?
Yeah, it's a wealth
Is it
effect.
because people?
Yeah. People are in, once you get above all-time high, you start to feel a wealth effect. And that makes you want to take your profits and start to be more speculative, right? You start to put it in other things. The problem is, since we've been in QT, there hasn't been that excess sort of money floating around to speculate with. And the narrative for Bitcoin has been so heavy that nobody wants to sell their Bitcoin. So
There's the cool thing about markets, not just crypto, but any market, is that of having a sense of what you're not in. So, for example, Bitcoin, we know that we're not in the midst right now of a bear market. We're not in the grips of a bear market right now. So, okay, well, with that knowledge, we know not to deploy heavy, be buying right now. That's not the season to do that.
yeah,
You know, the season comes after the savage sell-offs and the big corrections and the extended misery. Like that's buy season. So knowing that, like having that high conviction of knowing what season you're in, is you can benefit from that.
that's everything.
That's
It is
how you,
everything.
yeah,
Knowing the environment that you're trading
exactly.
in is absolutely everything.
Yeah.
Yep.
And especially for investing, like knowing where to, like what environment to plant the seeds in, and then when to take the profit off that. Yeah.
Bitcoin taking a little bit of a dip here. Like I'm seeing a little bit of bearish divergence on the 15. Could push us
That
a
bearish
little lower here.
divergence has been driving you crazy for like an hour, bro.
Yeah, we need
Let me
analysts.
let me just
Yo,
finish this
that's
up
what
real
we're
quick,
saying.
and we'll go back to
200 MA as
Bitcoin.
well.
Let me just finish this up. We'll go back to Bitcoin. So all right, so common sense tells you, okay, if that's worked so nicely, then what does that mean for us, right? What does that mean for the future? You guys know where my TP's been: August, September, October, getting out by November 1st. I'm out, right? That's from the bottom of the bear market. That's been mine. So now if we run from the top of the bull market and we run our 1,461 days, right? Because it was top of the bull market to top of the bull market, 1461, bottom of the bull market to bottom of the bull market, 1461. So the trend is your friend till the end. That means top of the bull market will look for 1461. When we run it forward 1,461 days, look where it takes us. Right to my top box.
Halloween.
So let's get it some even more information, right? Because we have the data, we have to take advantage of it. Let's find our bottom then, right? If that's top to top, bottom to bottom. So let's find our next bottom. Bottom to bottom was 1,430 days. Bottom to top to top was 1,431 days. It was a leap year. It's not a leap year now. So we'll run it 1,430 days from our very bottom. 1,430 days. Yo, why will you not just give me... Oh, all right, it's going to be 131 because we're on the monthly. That brings us to my end box. Right? That brings us to where I believe we'll finish the bear market at. Now, this price range is going to depend on where we top out at. Right? If we top out at the 150 that I'm talking about, and we take a conservative guess on what the next bear market's going to be, including diminishing returns, right? We got 77% this time. Let's just say 70% to be safe, or 65% for argument's sake. 70% takes us to 44K. If we get an equal retracement than we got last time, 77%, which is what we got this time, takes us to 34. I don't think that's happening. 65% would be a severely diminished returns on the bear market, and that brings us to 52 if we top out at 150. So when we get to these areas, we'll worry about it, but the reason that I'm so calm in the micro is because I'm so solid in my macro. If the pattern breaks apart, we'll see it. Patterns meant to fail, whatever. But patterns can also go on for decades.
So what about that 18.5-year cycle, which Bitcoin has not seen yet?
What happened?
What about that 18.5-year cycle? There's some cycle, like
18.6 year cycle is the real estate cycle. That's the cycle that all global real estate sort of runs on, right? Because it's based off of mortgage contracts and all of that type of shit. So it all runs on a way longer cycle.
So post that 18, yeah, there's a bigger a longer correction or something like.
Yeah, I mean, as real estate goes, you just think about the last ones, right? The last time that we hit the top of the 18.6 year cycle was 2008. And we all remember what 2008 was like.
Oh my gosh, we need a Funk Master Flex bomb right now for you,
Funk
Dbloc.
Master Flex. Funk Master Flex.
Oh my god, bro. That's crazy, Dbloc.
What's going on, brother?
Yo, what's up, man? That's crazy, bro. That's crazy. Come on, Drew. You gotta drop a bomb for my guy, man.
I just got a little sleep last night, bro. I had time today.
Oh, a little?
Yeah. Finally caught up on some rest.
Rip Van Winkle.
Oh shit, bro.
Yeah, Rip Van Winkle definitely give you some good sleep. I'll tell you what.
Excuse me. Food's on the way.
Okay, I have a question then.
Yeah, what's up?
So, what if the cycle gets broke?
That's why we watch every day. There will be signs, you know. I'm not my bias isn't so strong that I'm gonna ignore the signals of something being different, right? That's why we're looking so closely at our macro here on a daily. Because as much as I believe that we can, you know, that the cycle's not over and that there's definitely time left, I have to respect the chart. Right? And this chart tells me that there's certain ranges that we need to hold or the macro changes. So far we've been doing that. So far we've been fine. Yeah, so far we've been fine. We don't close a weekly candle underneath 145 would be a lot better, right? Because then we break that structure on the weekly and then we have a couple of weekly candles to worry about. But even then, my concern isn't that the cycle is broken and then we go down to zero and that we were all wrong. My concern is that we lose the 50 and have to come down to this vector gap to like 97. Right? This is my bearish as you're going to get me to get with current data. And then the bulls needed to be shown what their job was to keep that from happening. Right? So this keeps this from happening. This does not end the bull market.
Yo, man,
but nobody wants to do this. Nobody wants to go down here.
Pay you yet to be quiet.
I do. I want the bear scenario.
My man said I'm on Team Bear. Yeah, and there's that.
I'm
that too.
No
right?
institution have paid you yet to be quiet.
Nah, luckily our channel's low, man. We're running under the radar here.
Yeah, I don't know how big you want to get, Dbloc.
Don't. Not a goal at
I'd be
all.
on Team Bear. I'd be 100% on Team Bear if it was just the chart. But since things happen in the real world, I got to be bullish.
Yeah, man. It's looking crazy outside right now. That's all I gotta say. Looking crazy on the other side of the world.
Like if we were going backwards with legislation and framework, if everything wasn't going the way it is, I would 100% be super bearish. But it's just like the macro headwinds seem like they're going to kind of float this sale.
So if we was in a bear market right now, right, with everything that's going on in the world, it'd be like the charts would be way worse than normal. I'm guessing.
What do you mean? No, it would look just like this. This is the scary part, bro. I'm gonna be completely honest with you. If this was the top of the market, it would look just like this. It would look just like this. It looked just like this last time.
Yep.
Right. It did. It did. Right. Definitely did. That's crazy. Like how, cause I be hearing how y'all say, yo, everything is intertwined, and then it's like as the years went on, and I see it now, like, yo, that's crazy.
Yeah. The point is that the top always looks like the top until it's not the top. What you feel right now, that feeling that you feel right now of, oh shit, this is going to be the top, that's going to get worse. Right? One of the hardest part, I think, for this bull run for people is going to be, you think that some resistance at 110 is hard to make a decision on. Wait till you get some resistance at 125. And we're a couple more months into the bull market where we are actually closer in time to where it should top out. And all the voices are loud. And, one thing that I could tell you is that I've never gotten to the top of a bull market where people agreed that it was the top of the bull market. Never once, not in any asset.
Wow, that's crazy. Because everybody likes to seem like they're so right all the time, but for you to say that is nuts.
It's true. Nobody ever, listen, the euphoria that you get at the top, everybody says it's going higher. That's when it's the top. That fear that you get when they're shaking you out and they're trying to get your Bitcoin for cheap and they're getting rid of all the paper hands, that fear that makes everybody think it's over has never been. That's when you buy. We know that, right?
Mm-hmm.
You buy when it's fearful, and you sell when people are euphoric. Unless this is the one time where the majority of retail and influencers and talking heads on Twitter actually got it right and called the top. Like that's what you would have to make me believe. Not very likely. And again, timing, bro. It all comes down to timing. We just looked at the timing. We're not there yet. Me personally, and this is just for me, I'm gonna err on the side of timing when it comes to this cycle. If I make a mistake, it'll be because of timing.
So, when that time does come, I know you're gonna pull a big amount out, but are you gonna leave anything in, or are you just gonna be like, no, I'm just gonna wait?
At the very end, no, I'm out.
All the way out.
Yeah, but I don't. I'm never gonna go all out in one go. Like that's why I said I'm taking profits August, September, October. So I'll be taking 20%, 20%, 20%.
Right. Amazing stuff, Dbloc. Amazing. You're an amazing guy, man. For real, for real.
Appreciate you, bro. It's just regular stuff, though, man. It's just that people don't talk about it. People like to gatekeep this type of shit.
I've never heard anybody talk about that before. That was something different right there. I was like, what? I was like, somebody did that? Somebody has that on the chart?
Lost is real. That's a real thing. I was gonna ask, so when you hit the top because you're in spot, and this is something I want to start getting more towards trading in spot, just for risk mitigation. But are you pulling out early because it's just such higher risk there for you in spot, or that's your like highest risk area, I guess? Or
one of my mentors used to say, "You feed the ducks when they're quacking." Right. So like during those blow off tops, going into that last sort of parabolic movement, that's when most people are going to be happy to buy. They're going to be more than happy to buy the tops. So if you want to get out of big positions without suffering a lot of slippage, you've got to sell into volatility. If you wait for the ducks to stop quacking and you decide you want to sell your massive bag of bread and all the ducks are full, then you're gonna run into issues. You're gonna end up with a bag of rotting bread. Yeah.
right. So because it's all your assets in that case, it's you have to get out.
Yeah, I'll slowly
Or
go
are you
as I go taking those 20%. I'll slowly go feeding everything back into satoshis, right? Because I'll spend my Bitcoin to buy alts. The alts have outperformed Bitcoin at that point. Now I've got to get my satoshis and put them back into my Bitcoin. Right? I need to realize those gains in satoshis, and then going into late October, November, when I expect Bitcoin to top out, that's when I get rid of the whole Bitcoin bag. No, Yash, we're still ranging. Remember I told you that midweek reversal, your 3-day trend ends on your midweek reversal. Your midweek reversal is just going to reverse the trend, but there's 2 different directions you can reverse it, right? Your midweek reverse, if your 3-day swing is down, then so far midweek reversal has been sideways or found the floor, right? Midweek reversal could either be up or it can consolidate. More importantly, we identified our high for the week, which probably gave people a good opportunity to take some profits. Monster, take it easy, brother. I don't know. This is going to be a weird weekend trap, to be honest with you. Tomorrow, we'll have to see how it plays out. I would expect some volatility because we've gone so flat, right? Which would make sense because if you've got to trap longs and trap shorts, that means we've got to take some liquidity, right? Sweep up, sweep down, trap longs, trap shorts, and then figure out where our weekend trap is going to sit at. But for right now, it feels like we're trapped, right? It feels like we're in a weekend trap already. But remember that U.S. was closed today, right? So this is the lack of liquidity just comes from U.S. banks being closed. Yeah, I think tomorrow we'll have we'll see the effect of the banks being closed today, right? Trades will come in tomorrow. We'll get some volatility tomorrow, and then it'll die again for the weekend. All right, my food's here, guys. I gotta get some food. I'm glad we did that in the first 30 minutes of the stream. That's gonna means people can go back and watch it without having to go through a bunch of shit.
Yeah, appreciate all that information. That was really cool to see.
Yeah, no problem. I haven't nerded out on that for a while. And honestly, that wasn't even... Somebody asked about Super Cycle, and I was looking for my BLX chart that had the Super Cycle shown on it, and that chart pulled up by mistake. So that was just randomness.
Mm-hmm.
I hadn't seen that chart in a little while. You forget after being in this for a while that there's a lot that people don't. Right? There's a lot of people who've never even seen those type of correlations.
Yeah, I mean, I think I've seen it a couple times on this channel and still feels like the Holy Grail.
Yeah,
So thanks.
it's good to refresh. Even for me, it's good to refresh because it does. You know, you're affected by the news and everything, just like everybody else, and the sentiment. And that shit, even if you're strong, it sticks to you a little bit, right? That funk just kind of sticks to you. So it's good to go back to the chart sometimes and just sort of refresh and be like, okay, let's lock in. I got some steaks and some sweet potatoes on the way, B2.
Mm.
Should be here any second, actually.
Oh, did you ever get a chance to look at that it's called market maker balance indicator?
No, I didn't actually. I remember you talking about it though. What let me write it down here. What's the name of it?
Yeah, let me
It's an
get the
indicator, right?
exact name for you. Yeah, yes sir.
Yeah, I'll take
Let
a
me get
look
the
at it
exact
after
name
I
for
eat.
you. In a rush. It's called. Here we go. It is called. Oh, so it just says MMB on here, but I think when I looked it up, I literally just looked up market maker,
Gotcha.
and I was just curious. I've been using it with my RSI to kind of get a picture of where the RSI is at, but also like kind of where liquidity is at, like at a glance.
Cool. Yeah, I'll take a look at it. All right, we put in a little bull flag here to help pop our W pattern. Let's see if it's enough to get us into these liquidations. My food better get here before I get too stuck on this playing out.
Or before you get too hangry.
And yeah, it's just called market maker balance. It's got 1.6K.
All right, guys, trade safe. You have your imbalances. I mean, you have your invalidations, right? If price comes down underneath this, you're going to invalidate that bullishness and you're going to sweep these liquidations. Even at sweeping these liquidations, you would still have to come down all the way to 1034 to invalidate our larger pattern. But for the most part, don't forget that as choppy as this looks and everything, we're just in a range. Right? Until further notice, that's our playing field. All right, I'll be back. Trade safe, guys.
Get some cinnamon on that sweet potato.
Let's go Bears. Yo, right now on Uber Eats, they got buy one, get one free Popeyes chicken sandwiches. I wish they had the pickle glaze one. They don't let you get the pickle glaze one. What the heck? Wish I was having some steak and sweet potatoes like D-Block.
Here we go, busting that bull flag.
How's it going, team? Family? Cryptocurrency? People?
Good, and you?
Yeah, good. What's been happening?
I actually haven't been paying too much attention because I've been adjusting my RSI, but seems like a little bit of sell pressure and still not a whole lot of movement.
Cool. Uh-huh. Just driving back home from IKEA. Yay. Gotta love it.
Yeah.
Didn't even get any meatballs, man. A present for my nephew's 3rd birthday. He wanted, apparently, he wanted this little kitchen, like children's kitchen playset thing. It's pretty cool. Maybe he'll become a chef one day, a master chef. Should have got him some cryptocurrency for his birthday. Need a hardware wallet. Well, the last 2 days have been kind of eventless on the charts. No big, like even after FOMC, there's no big revelations, no big, catalysts. So the market's it's just so stable. Everything's just yeah, yeah, bled out, hung out to dry. Yeah, I think there's a yeah. Mm. I I feel like there's a big misconception with this cycle. Well, maybe it's still on track with the alts and all that, but the reason Bitcoin dominance is up so high is because of all that ETF inflow into the top of the market cap. So we're thinking that we're hitting all these metrics in line with last cycle, but it's not actually. It's like it's well, it's not. It is organic buying, but it's in another sense of the word. It's like artificial. Like we're not at the same natural level that we would have been at if there was no ETFs, you know? And so people are thinking, where's all this like knock-on effect into the altcoins? Thinking that because Bitcoin's had this huge surge in market cap, that somehow that deserves to flow directly out into alts. But I fear that it doesn't. I fear that that money will just come straight back out into cash, not into, like, the pathway isn't there. You know what I mean? The pathway. So it's like, let's just use BlackRock as an example. They offer an ETF product. Someone on Wall Street buys it, like a retirement fund buys, you know, let's say 6 Bitcoin. So BlackRock then has to pay, like, go buy with the money they put forward for the ETF. They have to go buy the Bitcoin to represent that, and then go and custody it on Coinbase, which is what they're doing, right? They're custodying. That's where they're doing all the custody. But so let's say that retirement fund now wants to sell and take profit on that ETF. BlackRock has to pay them out because they're, you know, they're what do you call it? Just for lack of a better word, they're selling the ETF for profit. So they're selling their 6 Bitcoin. They made a profit. They get paid out in cash. You know, they came in with cash. They get out in cash. But that money, that inflow into Bitcoin's market cap, that can't then rotate into anything else but into cash. It can go in through cash, like, you know. So that money they put down for the 6 Bitcoin, that can't now flow into Ethereum, for example, or into Dogecoin or XRP or whatever. It's Bitcoin in and out. That's all. Like, that's it. Bitcoin in, Bitcoin out. Whereas in the old school, like before ETFs, people would accumulate Bitcoin, write it up in the cycle, and then rotate it into other cryptocurrency, like altcoins. So there was, like, the ease of exposing that liquidity to the rest of the market was easier. Or it is easy. It's still a thing today, right? We still have our exchange access that, you know, offer a whole bunch of different pairings. But this ETF money, it's in one channel. It's in one channel, and it can't get off that channel. You're either in or out of Bitcoin via ETFs. So that's I think that's kind of been like that's my theory on it. That's my take on why we haven't really seen, you know, the altcoins get a turn of the liquidity yet. There would still be, like, Bitcoin that people have bought, you know, back in 2022, that they're now going to rotate what we would consider the traditional way, like, you know, go move it into Ethereum, and then from Ethereum into anything that's trending, like, say, Fartcoin, for example, whatever. Like, I still think that those avenues exist, but not to the level that they appear to be because of the ETF market cap effect, you know? So once I think we get the ball rolling with altcoin ETFs, or like altcoin basket ETFs, where it, you know, this ETF represents like a whole bunch of different alts, that's when we'll see, like, these bigger, like, Wall Street kind of rotations coming in. But yeah, like Dbloc says, I think it's just we have to wait for the Fed to move on the interest rates, you know. And by move on them, I mean cut them. Cut them and go into quantitative easing. I think, I'm not sure of the environment, but surely there's an environment where they're not easing or tightening. It's just zero. It's just neutral, you know? I don't know if it has to be one or the other. Maybe it does. I don't know. But I do know interest rates, like you can have the interest rate at 0 to 0.25%, which is like effectively no interest rates, or the lowest. But we're nowhere near that. We're at 4.5%, which is very high in the last 20 years. 4.5% is a very high interest rate. You could even say the last 30 years. So once that drops down and things return to a healthier economy, like a healthier outlook, and we're getting like good GDP results, like when we get our GDP, which we do get in July, by the way, we get the first look at how Q2 has gone. Q1 wasn't great because that was a negative. If you get 2 consecutive negative quarters of GDP, that is a technically saying, or technically put, that is a recession right there. So we're one GDP report off having calling it a recession. So all eyes will be on this GDP that comes out in late July. Hopefully we can avoid it. But I think even if we do get it, I think it'll be a strange recession where everyone's employed. Like there's no mass layoffs or, the labor market, like Jerome Powell's been saying, the labor market's actually quite healthy and strong. Unemployment is low. Yeah, he did. Yeah. Oh, he sees that it's weakening. Like, oh, okay. I missed that part. Yep. Yeah. Mm, right. Yeah. Yeah. Job. Yeah. Mm. Yeah. Mm. Yeah. Mm. And the surprising thing is, the Mm. Right. Mm. You you know that these mega corporations like Microsoft, for example, or Apple, if they're replacing human jobs with AI efficiency, like, oh, we don't need this department anymore because we can just solve it with AI, that saving that they're making, they're not going to put that saving out through their product and their pricing. No, that goes to their shareholders. That goes to their, revenue. They're not handing out the saving, that they're making off paying for, people. That's the problem, man. Like these mega corporations, like the system gets better and they just profit off it. Like it's it's more money in their pocket. It's like it's not making the average person's life economically better. It's just making the mega wealthy wealthier. You know,
It's only going to
it
get worse these
sucks.
next 3.5 years with this administration, just pulling everything back for the top 1%, the corporations.
Right. So like revenue goes up and then jobs get cut. But yeah, like you said, the labor force, so people actually doing manual type jobs, like construction, whatever. That you can't AI replace a carpenter or like a plumber, you know. We're a long ways off from that. Having an AI like a robot that comes out and does your plumbing. But yeah, I guess when the interest rates come down, companies are more likely to expand, which creates jobs, right? When they're able to borrow money from the bank to expand their business, creating more jobs. But yeah, like it's a cycle, man. It's just a cycle. It just we have good times, we have tight times. Yeah. Yeah, I think he's late cutting now, but he was too early on the cut. If he was trying to get his 2% target, I think cutting in December was a mistake. But yeah, like Dbloc said, like they wouldn't admit that. Because that messes with people's confidence in the Fed, like, you know, knowing what they're doing or making the right decisions. It's very weird, man. It's like, okay, if we can just get replaced by AI, we're basically we are made redundant. Like humanity becomes redundant, and it's all you've got. You know, like you're messing with people having money and an income. That means you've got no customers. You know, they need people to have money. People need money. Like if you want businesses to generate revenue, people need to have money to buy it, what you're selling. So they can't just be all take, because they will put the country or the world through like an economic drought where no one has money to buy your crap, you know? They want to
It's
sell
the
their
same
latest
argument.
iPhone. No one's going to buy it.
It's the same argument I had with all the anti-vaxxers. They're like, "Oh,
Yeah.
these vaccines are killing everybody." I'm like, "Well, they kill everybody. They're not going to have any customers. So why the hell are they going to kill people?"
Yeah, so
Yeah.
can you elaborate on that thing with the 1%, how the administration is only benefiting the 1% right now? If you can elaborate on that, I'm just curious.
Yeah, with all the tax breaks, like last time he was in office, he gave the corporations and the top 1% the big meaty tax break. Had it drops off in 2025. The little bit that he gave to the middle class that ends now, but he's getting ready to he's trying to re-up it with his big beautiful bill where the wealthy gets another big giant tax break. They're getting tax breaks for their yachts, they're getting tax breaks for their vacation homes and everything else. But yet they're also cutting back their regulations. They can pollute the shit out of the air now. They can pollute the shit out of the water. They can do whatever they want. They can. It makes them a hell of a lot more profitable. Meanwhile, the whole trickle down economics has been proven to be false for the last 40 plus years. So they keep the whole Republican playbook for since Reagan was like, oh, well, you let the big wealthy corporations do this and they're going to hire more people. But the thing is, just like I don't know who the guy was talking about earlier before, that it's just going to go right into their dividends. It goes right into their back pocket. It goes into another yacht. It goes into another home. It goes. Meanwhile, if you give
Yeah,
the
I
tax
mean
money,
that's an easy talking point that everyone just kind of throws around as part of the narrative of the administration. But if you look into it and you look into some of these tax plans, it's not quite as you're saying, because there's a lot of changes in health savings account and the HSA contributions. There's limits that are for families under 150,000, even under 75,000, that they get contributions from like 8,600 goes down to 4,300 for what they have to pay, and other ones that
and
were paying 17,000, now they're only paying 8,500.
Yeah, who's paying that
Also, the
subsidy?
taxes for tips, tax for tips, that's helping the average Joe.
Who's paying those subsidies though? The regular taxpayer. They can make insurance cheaper because they're giving these subsidies, but it's a tax. It's just the same thing with like Walmart. Walmart gets all these giant tax breaks. They move into a big town. They move into a town. They get all these TIFs and all these tax breaks. Meanwhile, they pay their employees like shit, and they pay them so bad. They work full time, and they still are able to get food stamps and cash because they're paid so poorly. Well, then the taxpayers, we have to pay that, so we're subsidizing Walmart's employees while they make billions. We got to pay because they pay them like crap, and they're breaking all these unions. I mean, when we were the strongest is when we had a bunch of unions. Well, the Republican playbook is get rid of the unions. Well, that's now the guy that works at the Ford factory can't afford to buy a damn Ford because he's not making
Wouldn't you
enough
say
money.
some of the unions got? Wouldn't you say some of the unions kind of got overrun though by kind of?
Yes.
They're not what they used to be. The unions used to be something that they're not anymore.
Yeah, some of the unions got too big for their britches and too over the top. But we see every time what happens when you allow corporations to, people want to say, oh yeah, but Trump gave no overtime or no taxes on overtime, but they didn't see the part of the bill where all of a sudden companies don't have to pay overtime anymore if they go over 40 hours. Well, shit. So they're playing the shell game. And
so do you think the other administration, the other option that we would have had, you think they would have been driving us towards a better solution?
Yeah, 100%.
I don't.
It would have been more. They wouldn't have given all the tax breaks to the big corporations. That's why the big corporations always donate to the Republicans, because they know the Democrats are going to put the screws to them a little bit more.
Yeah, but I think it goes beyond tax breaks. There's a lot of things like tax breaks are just scratching the surface, But I think we're much better off right now, and the economy is going to be much better off, and average Joe's going to be better off in the United States. And it's pretty obvious. I mean, the numbers already there. You can already see things are.
You can see with this crypto scheme and shit that he's pulling now. He is a freaking grifter, and he's telling all of his buddies when to get in the stock market, when to get out of the stock market.
I don't know. I know what a grifter is, and I wouldn't call Trump a grifter.
He's selling freaking Bibles and gold books.
That you would call a grifter. I mean, his applications they follow through. So that's not a grifter. A grifter disappears.
At the end of the day, I think government needs to realize that people help their cause. You know what I mean? Like for a successful country, it's a symbiotic relationship between state and the people. Yeah, that's what I think. Like if you have a thriving population, they're going to be paying more taxes. They're going to be employed. It only helps businesses make more money, right? Like profitable. But it's just when that balance gets a little bit too, corporate heavy, like corporate side, like where the people are getting exploited in the short term with, long-term detriment, like kind of
That's
thing.
what
It's
happened.
like these little.
That's what happened here in the 1980s. I'm not sure where you're from, buddy. I can tell you have an accent.
Australia.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Australia.
So here in the 80s, when Reagan took over, all of a sudden it was the greed is good Gordon Gekko thing, where all of a sudden we never had layoffs. You didn't hear of layoffs until the 80s, and now all of a sudden where people used to work at a company for 35 years, and they had pensions. They had good benefits. They had vacation time. They had enough sick days and everything else. Well, all of a sudden, instead of showing a 20 or 25% profit and having a happy customer or a happy workforce, now all of a sudden they switch to, well, shit, we got to make our shareholders happier. We got to show a 40% increase. Well, how are you going to do that? You screw your workers. And then that's when they started screwing the union laborers over, the unions over. That's when all of a sudden you started getting layoffs. That's when you started getting all this other upside down stuff. Now, if you work for a company for 8 years, that's a long time. You used to work for a company for life. And now, all of a sudden, there's no loyalty back and forth. People go into
not a Republican Democrat problem.
Yeah, I was just going to say that's has not really anything to do with Democrats. Let's say the markets though. You can't say that Trump was good for the markets. Last term, as soon as he stepped in, first year 70% up compared to years before.
Even before COVID hit, he hadn't doubled the stock market. When Obama was in, he tripled it, and when Biden was in, he almost doubled it. Trump didn't
That's
even
because
double
they
it.
printed so much money. They gave
Yeah.
our future away.
It was all that money was injected.
They did what? Sorry, I didn't hear it.
They injected.
They
They printed money.
trillions of dollars, man. They gave our future away, man. Trillions. We'll never pay it back. Our children can't even pay it back. And they
Well,
spent it in 4 years.
What's the one president in 250 years had the highest amount of debt? It was Trump, 7.7 trillion. He had more than almost all other presidents combined over 250 years, as far as one president.
How much
doing
did
in
Biden have?
4 years. I think he had 4.
Pretty sure I
4
heard
or
it was
5.
over 7, but I could be wrong. I know it was a lot.
Trump was 7.7, and unfortunately, I mean, not that Biden was perfect and everything else, but he walked into a shitty scenario where COVID was running rampant. Trump lied.
But would you say
I just can't get in line with the crazy leftist crap, man? It's socialism, dude. They'll take everything, they'll give everything away, and you'll be paying for it. And if you work, they'll give it to somebody else. It's a matter of taking away from the people that are actually working and giving it to other people that aren't.
So
and what's left over, the businesses all get. The middle class would have been ruined. And they opened our damn borders.
When we were a big super economic powerhouse and we did our best, it's when the wealthy was paying 50, 60, 70, 80%. And we had a middle class and we had everything was going smooth. The people that were at the top were making great money.
Yeah.
Now all of a sudden it's
making great money to China.
Here's the deal: the government shouldn't be taxing any of us like that. It's theft, in my opinion. And why do we need a government that does that? I guess I'm one of those that thinks the government should be as little as possible, but they just get bigger and bigger and tax and they're supposed to provide services for these taxes. And well, I could tell you, I worked. I'm getting old, but I've worked for a lot of years, and I require very little services. And all I do is pay me and my wife together, pay somebody's lifestyle. We pay so much in taxes, and it's ridiculous. I work 2-3 days a week for the government. That's slavery. It's just slavery by a new name. They've just changed the game a little bit. I'm free to move around, but they take they take and take and take.
Yeah, because CEOs are making 1,000% more now than they did in the 70s. And the guy and you and me and everybody else, employees, we're getting paid shit because all these golden parachutes, all these big buyouts, all the CEO money and the dividends. That when Trump was in office last time and he was doing that big tax cut, they had a room of like 30 CEOs of the top corporations, and they asked them to raise your hand if you're going to put this money back into the company, as far as like production and employment and hiring more people, building more stuff, or are you going to put it? Are you going to buy back your stock options and your dividends? Every single one of them
Also,
said they
remember, remember, like also there is a big factor here, like a variable that's big, and that is the population difference between the 1970s and 2025. Like,
so we got more people paying taxes. Why do they keep raising taxes though? That would be more tax revenue.
It's strange. It's like, okay, there has to be some kind of reason why things like, with population expansion, don't you just expand the infrastructure to accommodate the population increase? Like,
guys, let's get back to what matters. We're here for crypto. Do you think this administration is worse or better for crypto than the last administration? That's what it boils down to. Yes or no?
I think that's yet to be determined.
I think it's better.
It'll probably be better, but in a way, they also stunted it with him pulling that stupid trick with releasing the Trump and then the Melania coin 2 days before he got sworn in. That put a sour taste in a lot of people's mouth.
No, I don't know.
A lot of people lost their freaking ass when they rug pulled that.
It didn't get rug pulled. It was the people. I mean, it is what it is. That's what happens. People should know it's a meme coin.
I know.
If people didn't learn to see how what happened to his NFTs, price goes up, price goes down, and they think. And it didn't really rug pull. The liquidity is still there, so it wasn't a rug pull, and it's actually still around $10, $11.
every rug pull still has liquidity left in it to have a
No,
little bit of
usually
margin.
after the rug pull, they pull the liquidity usually.
But that could have really helped springboard the crypto craze and everything else. And I think
Well,
it really soured a lot of people. But I think it'll be better in the long run. But I don't care. I'd rather not
Put it-
live under
put it this way.
dictatorship and an authoritarian in a country rather than
put it this way.
crypto being better.
At least we now have an avenue to get in on the game that they've been benefiting from, kind of thing, you know, like markets,
Hopefully.
access to free markets. Like you couldn't play this game 30 years ago, 20 years ago, you know, you'd have to have a license, you'd have to have a minimum buy-in. Like, you know,
Wow.
you'd be working on Wall Street, you have to get a suit, get a desk job up in a tower. Yeah, it's
Start out in the mailroom.
it's a different world now. Like at least we now have this way to play their game with them, you know, like get on their side of the game.
And the fuckers are still
follow
manipulating the markets.
I was gonna say I'm not
Yeah,
so sure that's completely
but-
true.
But you can
Guys,
you can
we are on YouTube, so let's watch our language.
yeah. You can get onto you can see the tricks they're playing. Like it's just a matter of not getting chopped up and being a victim of the moves, you know.
Yeah.
But yeah, you can learn it. Like we're trying to. That's what we're all here to do. We're trying to get on and figure out what the
grinding it out.
Yeah, the predatory side of the market is doing, because that's what it is. It's like a jungle, really, and it's like there's predators and there's prey, and retail for the most part is prey, and we're trying to get out of the way of that.
Trying to find a happy medium.
Like you just gotta get out of that sort of sheep market reaction mentality and figure out what the smart money's doing, you know?
Yeah, in Australia.
Mm.
Near Melbourne or?
Nah, Brisbane. I was born in Sydney, though. Australia is very much culturally like USA 2.0. Like, you know what I mean? Like, as we've become more of like we're now like kind of globalized, really. We're very international. All of our culture's pretty shared. You know, internet, like we're talking in real time, like sharing ideas and videos and culture, like that's all, it's kind of universal now. It's becoming more international and not so, you know, geographically specific.
Is your guys' main revenue driver tourism, or is there something
exports? Like, yeah, we have a lot of mining here. We're like the top, probably one of the top countries that for coal and iron ore, like one of the big ones. And we also have, I think, one of the world's largest, if not the largest, deposits of uranium. But not that that's a highly sought after material. But like you don't need that in vast quantities. But yeah, there's a lot of it in Australia.
Hey man, what's the deal with the big rock that's just like kind of out there?
Yeah, it's good question. I'd love to know. It is. It's just like this
Have
massive.
you heard of it? And is it really haunted?
Yeah,
I've seen a thing on there that like people don't go there or something, and they see a bunch of.
Yeah, it's Uluru.
They like see.
Uluru is the name for it.
All right, and they see
it's
saucers and all kinds of crazy stuff, and people are scared to go there.
Well, there's a US military. There's a US military base nearby, near Uluru, called Pine Gap, and it's just in the middle of Australia, in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, it's like, I don't know. There's a lot of interesting conspiracies around that sort of location.
Pretty cool looking rock, though, just out in the middle of a flat plain.
It is, yeah. It is really bizarre. Yep.
What time is it there right now?
Almost 1:20 p.m. So just in the afternoon, just after lunch. Yeah. And you guys are like what, midnight? Almost?
Oh no.
We got 4 different hours, so it can range from like what, 8 to 12. Yeah.
It's 9 o'clock
That's
where I'm at.
8 to 12 p.m.
Cool.
Or yeah,
Hmm.
or I
So
guess 12 would be
in
12 a.m.
I agree with what Drew was saying about like at least with government, we just don't want them getting in the way and putting up boundaries like red tape for us as just everyday people. Like we really don't want them creating like a licensing system where you have to pay to be able to be involved in crypto. You know what I mean? Like keep it accessible, keep it, relatively free to the people. Like as long as that stays, I'll be happy. Could you imagine if they brought in this like, oh, you need at least a $50,000 account. You need to apply for a license. You need to do this. You need to do that. You know how crazy that would become? Like that just there goes our
Find a way to get their
Weird.
fingers in it.
ticket. Yeah, we just don't want that. We don't want red tape. We don't want like someone holding our hand saying, "Oh, it's consumer protection." No, well, where's our consumer protection for Las Vegas? Like we can go there and sell the house and lose it all on roulette, There's
It's
no
more
protection
for
there.
market fairness. It's not really to protect you. Like if you want to lose all your money, so be it. But they want to make sure the rules
Yeah,
are
yeah.
fair. Everyone has the same kind of playing field when they are going to lose their money.
But in
Yeah,
America,
as long as there's
for a
no
lot of
like
companies, you need a license and the 50,000 account, right? That's like a brokerage or whatever. You're limited.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. I'm not too clued up on all that, but I do know that there's the barrier for entry, I guess, is higher. Mm. Mm. Yeah, it's
What's the tax
a
rate on
whole
crypto
different
there?
world. In Australia,
Yeah,
it's
how's the
classed as
tax
an
rate?
income. So it's just taxed like income. Like if you make a gain, um,
Do you
yeah.
know what it
Let's
is?
say you
'Cause
work,
here it's like
let's
35%
yeah,
on Bitcoin.
oh, okay. Yeah, yeah, I can get the tax rates for this year. Let me have a look. So if you earn $80,000 at a job per year, you get taxed a certain amount as income, right? Like you get that is up for income tax.
Gotcha. So it's
So
straight income.
if you make $80,000 in crypto gains, that is seen as an income stream. So they tax it. And then there's brackets. There's brackets to the earnings that you make. Let me
Right.
just
That's
check in
just like here. I
Australia.
don't know that crypto's necessarily taxed like that though. They like taxing crypto.
Oh, okay. They tax it differently. Yeah, ours is just taxed as an income stream, like as an asset. So we have what's called a tax-free threshold. So the first $18,200 that we make is tax-free. Then between 18,000 and 45,000, we have to pay 16 cents for every dollar that we earn. So it's like 16% over, like after that first 18,000. So and then after that, then there's a bracket higher. There's a 45K to 135K tax bracket, where you pay all the tax from that first bracket, which is $4,288, plus an additional 30 cents for every dollar in that new bracket.
Wow.
So it jumps up to 30%. And then there's like a sweet spot where they get a pretty good deal, like the rate gets reduced, like the increment. See how the increment went from 16 cents to the dollar to 30 cents to the dollar?
Yeah, almost
Like
double.
that jump was like almost double. And then it goes from 30 cents just to 37 cents in the next bracket. Just a 7-cent increase
That must be where
for
y'all's
each new dollar.
politicians really make.
Yeah, it's a sweet spot. It's like 135K to 190K is that bracket. It's like
Yeah, exactly what a senator makes in Australia, probably.
yeah. And then 190,000 and over, like that's just top tier, like it's infinity. 190 and over is about 51,000 in tax, plus 45 cents every dollar you earn is taxed. So almost half. So it kind of becomes like if you wanna get $3 million into your bank account, you have to earn 6 almost,
That's crazy.
something like that. Yeah, it is.
Well,
It's
it's
pretty
marginal.
wild,
It's
but
marginal. I just figured this out. I mean, in the States, it's marginal. It's probably the same thing in Australia. So you're not paying that 50% on all of it, only on the portion of the bracket that exceeds.
yes,
Yeah. So it's
exactly.
all
Yep.
marginal. Not, yeah, you don't have to pay
Yep.
50 for the whole.
Yeah, you kind of level it up. Like the first 18,200 you make for the year is tax free. Then you move into the next bracket and you pay. If you earn up to the full bracket, which is 18,000 to 45,000, that works out to be $4,300 in tax if you earn 45K, which is about it's about 10%. It's a bit over 10%. And and then it just climbs up.
Yeah, here it's treated as personal property right now. That's how the IRS looks at it, as it's
Okay.
personal
Yeah.
property. That's how it gets taxed. Yeah.
Yep. So, but there's like a capital gains situation thing. Like if that
Capital
property gains
Yeah.
value,
Yep. Capital
yeah,
gains on your personal property.
and that gain has to be sold before it's taxed because it's unrealized, right? You don't get taxed on unrealized
There's
changing value of
right.
property, right?
You
Or
don't get sold until you don't get taxed until it's sold. You do with the real
yeah,
estate. You get taxed every year. But
yeah,
with crypto, not until you sell. And you have short term and then you have long term tax
yeah.
tax brackets. Yeah. Short term, of course, is going to be a little bit more. Long term, a little bit less.
We get tax offset for losses. So let's say I lost $60,000 for this financial year in crypto. Like I didn't make a profit, I lost money. That is now an offset. So let's say, so 60,000 like minus this year. So let's say next year I make $160,000 profit in crypto. That means I only get taxed for the 100,000 because that offset deals with it.
Yeah, we do it here. We call
you can defer
roll over. It rolls over to the
Yep, and it's like an unlimited rollover in Australia. I think you guys have a limit as to how long they look back at the losses. So you just keep carrying it forward in Australia, at least.
I think there's a way. I was just reading about it. There's a way you can do it here too, that you can keep on carrying as long as there's one extra paper you have to file each year, and then you can keep on carrying.
3-year extension.
Yeah.
In some corps, and individuals, you can get multiples. It's like a forbearance. I don't know
Are y'all running this as an LLC, or is everybody doing it but me?
What?
Running your trading as an LLC.
Oh yeah.
I was thinking about doing that. You can actually, I think, not financial advice. This is just from my recollection, and from what I was reading, just on Timeline, no official sources. But I'm understanding there might be a way you can actually deduct your transaction fees if you're running it on the LLC.
You're technically doing it as a business, so it's counted as an expense, right?
It's counted as that's a way that your company makes income for that's you guys invest your profits and that's part of your income.
Ooh.
Should be like even part of your house, since I have a computer room and all of this stuff set up just for crypto, just like any other business. You get to deduct any type of expenses.
You have to employ
This is
yourself.
interesting.
Not
Residents of
financial advice, that's my
Australia
belief.
Residents of Australia with Australian sourced income can use Australian taxes paid to offset US taxes due. So I could have a company in Australia and a company in the US, and like let's say I pay my taxes in Australia, I can offset it. That's wild. As such, US expats residing in Australia will most often be left with no US tax obligations on their Australian sourced income. Well, that's good. That seems like it would be a bit like both countries dipping into your business. Pulling a cart, that would be brutal.
Your headquarters, wherever you're based out of, is going to be your.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's only one way. They take care of that.
there's been some like, Crocodile Dundee, the guy that
Nice.
is the actor.
Yeah.
He's an
That's not
Australian
knife.
guy.
This is a knife.
Yeah. So he earned his money in Hollywood, like with the movies, right? And then the Australian tax department, the ATO, the Australian tax office, tried to pull cuts of his Hollywood money, like the money he made from the movies. And he was like, "No, I'm not paying it." And it was in the news a lot. Like, yeah, I guess what they saw as tax evasion, or But
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah.
know.
Yeah,
It
you're
seems
halfway
kind of
across the
unfair.
world, and they're saying
Mm,
we own you. Give us your money. I mean, that kind of does seem like
mm,
indentured
mm.
servitude.
Yeah, it's like an overreach. It's like, well, it's not your jurisdiction. I didn't earn it in
Literally,
Australia.
we own you because you were born here.
Yeah, yeah. I guess that's maybe that in light of that case, they've adjusted the system to where it's hopefully fairer
Yeah, but what
on the
if, Rick,
individual.
you
But
have consecutive bad years? That's a hard,
oh yeah,
very hard
yeah. Well,
situation.
it just keeps mounting if you have consecutive bad years. If you like, let's say I lost 10 this
Shit,
year, 10
never mind.
next
I'm
year,
sorry,
and
my
then 10
language,
the
but
following
yeah,
year.
I was mistaken.
Yeah.
Think of that the other
Oh.
way around there, Steve. It's a good thing.
I think with an
All right.
LLC, you can
Yeah.
claim
So
tax losses or claim losses 5 years in a row, but I don't know how the crypto laws interact with regular LLC
yeah.
laws.
That would
Oh,
suck if you lost 5 years running, like you just kept losing money. It's like, damn,
Well,
I
maybe
I've
you
really
made
need
a
to
shown,
little
change
bit,
my
but
approach.
I've
like I
shown a
said, you
lot.
claim
Yeah.
if you claim like your computer room as part of rent, so you're paying a like a
Hmm.
part of your mortgage is sent as the business, that's all deducted. The computers, the
Yeah.
computer screen, blah 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 blah, and plus your fees and whatever else you can think of. But
I
maybe you made a little bit, but you can
hmm.
claim it and have so much to write off that you didn't
Yeah,
owe
yeah.
anything.
I used to misunderstand what a tax deduction meant. Like, let's say I earned $80,000 a year, as an example, and
Only
I went
so
out and bought a car for my business that cost 15,000, right? So that's 65, yeah, 65 left over. So
Mm,
and then let's say on that $80,000 a year job, I have to pay like 20,000 in taxes. I know that's probably pretty high, but um, and then you buy a
right.
$15,000 car. That doesn't mean you now pay 5,000 in taxes. It just means your taxable income, like the part that they tax, has been reduced, not the end goal tax that you pay. It's yeah. I used to confuse that. I
That's
don't
here.
have that confused now. Yeah. Yeah.
Right, but
So
it's better
they
to
yeah.
buy something than to just give it to them. I mean, is what it comes down to, right?
Yeah.
You buy,
Like I mean,
you,
if you can reduce your taxable income, it's
you buy new
it's
machines,
still a
you
good
buy new
thing.
stuff, and
Yeah.
yeah, it's good shit.
Nothing's worse than paying more than what than you should be paying, like your
I
fair
always
share.
do. I
That
always
would
pay a
suck.
little bit more on top in case I messed up.
Okay.
I mean, it could get relative because should we even be paying?
I'm with
Yeah,
you, man.
well,
I don't have a problem paying a little bit, but like I said, work
it's
1 or 2 days a week for them for your entire life. That
Like
seems like
it's
slavery to me.
some of these
we
taxes, we got hoodwinked. We just got bamboozled into paying some of these taxes.
Well, the
you know what
crazy
it is, man? What it boils down to is that they have a bigger army than us. You know what I mean? It's by force. Everything is still by force. They can enforce their will. Like they have a law, right? They've got a book of law that we follow. We live in the country, but like it's not a divine law. Like it wasn't handed down by God. You know what I mean? Like it's all man-made stuff. Like
I
we
always
just
ask
agree to
people.
it so that we can join the club and live in the club, like live in the country.
I always
But
ask people if they feel free, and they're like, "Yeah, man, this is a free country in America." I'm like, "Don't pay your taxes. See how free you are."
Do you
yeah,
ever
it's like
stuff? Your
Yeah.
police, your fire, your roads, your everything, your street. It goes so deep in the money that it takes.
Infrastructure.
You think it's unfair, but uh, look at a lot of other countries. They might not be doing the right thing, but it is a fair deal.
I don't know. Every
I-
other road I get on, I got to pay now for that too. I
mean,
got to pay for the kids.
Even though it might be unconstitutional, it's a good problem to have to pay your income tax and things like that, or maybe even sales tax. Like, it's just which taxes are we getting really taxed up the ass? You know what I'm saying?
Fuel, gas tax,
Yeah.
Capital gains,
capital
tax,
gains, income. If you own a house, then
Yeah,
you pay
it's
that,
property
or they
tax,
take your
exactly.
house. You drive a car, they tax that. You need a driver's license, that's a tax.
I mean, they're
they
even taxing your Social Security.
I want to know.
How are they going to tax your Social Security? What's up with that?
I want to know if I gotta pay to use their roads. I'm paying all this money in these taxes so that they can fix the roads. Like,
Yours
why
are
are the damn roads still messed up?
Because we're in debt.
Why are the
$37
roads still
trillion.
trashed?
You do
They've
not
already
have to
spent
pay
the money.
taxes. You do not have to pay taxes since Trump stepped in office for your Social Security. So that is a good thing. I just looked that up right now.
That's a huge help for a lot of people. A few $100 on top of what they're already hit helps many Americans right now.
But yeah, you hit it on the head, Drew. Like, if you're paying taxes, like, that means you're winning. You know what I mean? Like, if you have to pay tax,
yeah, it's a good problem.
You earn
it's a
like
good problem to have.
Yeah, you earned a healthy income. You know. Yeah, it's just
I'd
it's like
rather be
proof
scratching my
of you winning.
I'd rather be scratching my head like, oh man, how am I gonna, like I gotta pay these taxes, rather than like,
It's kind of a humble.
I didn't make any
It's
money.
kind of a humble brag. Yeah. You know how people humble brag, like, oh man, I gotta pay the insurance on my Ferrari or something. It's like, oh, poor you got a Ferrari. Like, yeah,
First
oh
world,
damn, I
first
gotta
world,
pay.
we call that. First
Yeah,
world
I gotta pay $40,000 in taxes. Oh my god. Oh well, you must be earning a pretty penny.
Yeah,
You must be living a pretty privileged life. Yeah.
See outside.
So, yeah,
Drew
it's
said it best, Drew, the other night. Look around everything that you have outside in your car, in your garage. Then look at their savings account. A lot of people live way above the mean. So struggle.
Yeah, there's still definitely corporate, like, exploitation of of people. There's no doubt about
exploitation
that.
comes from
There's
everywhere,
always
really.
that. Yeah, there is a lot of
It's
they take
everything
advantage, and that's
everyone does outside of your home is to separate you from your wealth.
Yeah, it's as old as time. I mean, animals do that too, so it's nothing new under the sun.
Yeah, it's a dog eat dog world. It is.
Create
Yeah.
competition.
I'm still
It's not
thinking,
pretty.
man. A lot of people are they're feeling like things are getting bad and like shooken up, and we're entering wars. And I still think I scanned through Art of the Deal, but it seems like a lot of these moves are very calculated and they're not as sporadic as people think they are. That's going on right now with the government and the government's decisions on what they're doing. And I think things are going to be up and up pretty soon.
Things are going to be all right. I agree with you, Drew. Things are always going to be all right.
Yeah.
Life is the 0.5 on that Fibonacci, all right? It always returns to level.
Yeah. Your life is what you focus on. So if you sit there focusing on how everything sucks and how you're hard done by every day of the week, that's going to be a sucky existence. Like, you know what I mean?
Well, it's also hard for people because press centralizes everything, So it's like everything that's out there just for clickbait. Even if it's close to the truth, usually it's stretching the truth so far that people get dramatized and shook out of positions or thrown around, just like psychologically, and that's what's going on right now. And you can see it in the markets.
You see it every day, Drew.
They definitely pull those strings, man. Yeah.
It's when you look at the top, the countries that have at least 100 million people or more, United States with the least amount of taxes, United States is number 3. China and India are number 1 and number 2. I don't think any of us want to live.
What's
Does it say what
Yeah, I
tax
prefer
they're
to.
talking about in terms of that article?
Income.
Uh,
Income.
it's off.
Just
Yeah, well, income
So
tax doesn't include gas tax or sales tax. That's really basically
All right,
about
we're
what
talking
just
what you bring. What you bring
this is
home.
I'll tell you what.
All
Between the
right.
three countries, I would prefer to live in the US than India and China. Like the
yeah.
quality of life, the standard of living, definitely better in the US for sure. I'd say.
There's a
So
there's
far
a
in
there's a
China,
hundred.
the
Not
government gives you the
not that
money
I've
and just
hey,
takes it right back.
it's just in general. I mean,
Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely.
Why would you want to live in US?
I mean, I've
I live in
I've never
India.
been to India. To be fair, Hitrain, I've never been to India, so I wouldn't know. But yeah,
Okay.
I mean, I'm saying that the labor is so cheap over here. You know, there are so many people. I mean, the cost of
Mm.
everything is like in US, you have to do everything on your own. You know, yeah,
No,
Mm.
you live like a king, man. If you know you're
Oh,
making
really?
that's not
yeah,
true.
if you're making decent money.
Mm. Yeah.
I mean, yeah,
What
obviously.
percentage?
That, that,
What,
I mean, it depends which part of India you're living, right? I mean, if you're living in the metros, like the upscale places, I mean, it's like New York, man. Like I live in Mumbai. It's like Bombay. It's like a mini New York, but obviously it's not in terms of the cleanliness or the roads or the infrastructure is not on par at
Oh,
all.
New York is dirty too. Okay.
No, I'm saying like the houses and the property,
standard of
everything
living?
is like yeah, it's like the restaurants. I think the amount of money the restaurants and all charge over here are probably as much as New York, man. Like the upscale restaurants and all. So it's like yeah, but it depends. Like you could still have a decent life if you're making like three, four, $5,000, $5,000.
oh, whoa, when? I know,
What,
but
a year?
What, a month or a year?
A lifetime.
A
Who
week? A
who
week?
who can
A
have a
day?
$5,000 yearly life, decent life?
Some
Oh, you'd
people
be
do, man.
surprised. There's countries $5,000
I'm
goes
glad
a
you thought
long
that was
way.
funny.
There's some countries $5,000 even for a year can go a long way in some countries.
Yeah. I mean, even in India, you can in 5,000. That's what I'm saying. It depends on the place, on where in India you're staying. It's the same with any country, right? Even in US, $5,000 is great if you're living, in the smaller suburbs or some place like that.
The hood.
Yeah.
Still great. It creates
I guess
confidence.
Government
what
housing.
we're kind of, I think what we're kind of alluding to is the cost of living standards, like what country has the best, how much you get paid versus what it gets you, and your quality of living. Kind of
There are
thing.
pros and cons to everything, right? Every place has its,
That's right.
good and the bad. So
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
Someone once
I
told
mean,
me in the
it's
United
it's
States.
just that US is way more developed. It's like a first world country versus India, which probably, I mean, you might say a third world or whatever, developing. I wouldn't use third world because we've
It's
come
not. It's not.
far away from where we were. I mean,
The
versus what you
the
see in the
cost of
movies or on YouTube and all. But I mean, you have to visit to know what it is, man.
It's a beautiful
yeah.
country, and there's vast, vast capability.
I believe the same goes for China. I mean, I'm not trying to put anyone down, but I'm just saying, it's just the sheer number of people that we have is probably what scares everyone, and probably spices and everything,
Don't
are
y'all,
older.
they scare the hell out of me.
It's a totally different culture and lifestyle, from what I can gather, like from what I've seen. I've never been there firsthand, so I can't really say.
But it's the same,
But
man. The grass is greener on the other side always, right? I mean, I would want to live. I mean, America. I mean, whoever lives in America would want to live somewhere else. It's you are in Australia, you want to live somewhere else. It's always.
yeah, oh yeah, totally. I am grateful. I'm like I try to remember like what opportunities and what freedoms I have in the country I live in. I'm like, hey, I'm very lucky. Yeah. Yeah.
But
It's
yeah, I
like
mean, I understand where you're coming from. It's a personal choice, right? I mean, yeah, if you prefer US, it's great, man. I mean, Many
Yeah,
people.
yeah. Well,
It's the #1 country in the world. Why wouldn't anybody want to go there?
Well,
Personally, I
everything's
wouldn't
relative.
choose to live in
#1 for what?
California.
#1 for what? You know, it's relative. Like some people in the U.S. They'd rather be Switzerland, or a lot of people from the world would rather be some other countries too. But you get a lot of perspectives from being inside U.S. for a long time too. That it's not all it's not what it's cracked up to be. There's a lot of bad things. And New York, when you say it's not as nice as New York, Bombay probably has a cleaner train station or like a subway station than New York does. Like it's pretty bad in New York.
Do they
have
set
you seen
people on
those
fire in the
global?
subway in India?
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
I was being facetious. Some lady got set on fire, and then like another lady got
Oh,
raped in the
damn.
subway. Yeah, it's crazy.
That's crazy. Yeah.
This
There's
happened
there's
in
another index happened in New York, I think. Did it? Subway?
Yeah,
Is that what you're saying? Yeah.
yeah.
There's a
New York.
global livability index, so it's like the places considered the best places to live on the planet, pretty much.
I bet Dubai's in there, isn't it?
There's, I would say apparently Copenhagen, however you say it, in Denmark is #1, then Vienna in Austria is second, and then Zurich in Switzerland, then Melbourne, Australia is fourth.
I picked
Just trying to
Zurich.
find it. Yeah, Zurich would be pretty cool.
Which one has the least crypto regulation? That's probably where I'd be at. Oh yeah, crypto don't sleep. Let's go.
Probably
Zurich got a
Dubai or
lot of
something.
money, and they're very nice with crypto.
Yeah, Dubai.
Yeah.
Dubai has like I think 0 tax or something like that. And you can buy everything with crypto, like everything.
But you can't smoke weed in Dubai.
Oh, you can do everything. I mean, you just need to be in the right circle, and you need to,
Oh yeah, and then rip your lips off and like I'm gonna go there. Like you're not allowed to.
Well, what's interesting, you commit a crime in Dubai, there's not a judge who decides what you get to do. It's the family, the person who you stole the car from or whatever else gets to decide how long you're in jail or what your punishment is. So that
Yeah,
could be
but
really good or really bad.
But that's why
I bet
it's
they don't
like
have a lot of criminals.
that's why Dubai. I mean, most of UAE is 0 crime percent almost, man. So it's like you
Oh
could
yeah,
leave.
you get like 1 or 2 prisons. Yep.
Is there a lot of crime in India? So if I visited, would I be safe?
Just don't put
We got to do that per capita.
There's crime in every country, man. In that
What's
sense,
going on,
like,
guys?
India is like
Yo,
That's like an Indian person asking you, I hear there's crime in the U.S. If I come to the U.S., will I be safe? I cannot ensure that. Where are you landing? How long are you going to be there? Who are you going with?
Man,
Yeah, just
well,
don't bring your
I
girlfriend.
want to go see some of the Hindu temples and stuff like that.
Yeah, just go with your homies. Don't bring your girl.
Don't go past 37th in Chicago.
I mean,
I want to
it's-
go to. I want to go to Brazil, but I know that there's dangerous parts where tourists are probably like, at danger.
Bro, Brazil is so
So I've been
dope.
told. Yeah, it would be.
Are you guys just saying that because you guys want to go to
cool.
the beach and go sightseeing on the Brazilian beaches? You know what I mean?
Hell
Yes,
yeah,
actually,
dude.
yes,
Hell
Drew.
yeah.
Yes, that's exactly why.
I don't know if you guys have.
Yeah, I say that proudly. Yes, I would.
You guys have all the boobs you could ever want in your phone, right? Like, you don't have to go to Brazil to ogle ladies on the beach. A quick Google search will get you
They
everything
don't
you
smell like
need,
coconut oil.
way cheaper.
I think people forget that a lot.
It is way cheaper.
Safer.
Yeah, but that's like saying I can Google watch someone with a 360 camera skiing or go skiing. It's like you want to go do it. You don't want to just Google
you
it.
don't need that. You don't need that new house or that new car. You can just get a picture of it.
Well, you better be going to do more than watch. You better be going to kick game, because if you go all the way over there just to sit on the beach and watch, then you might as well just have stayed home.
I mean,
You better strap those skis on.
That could be pleasurable, just sightseeing, just checking out the sights. And then you go back to your girl, imagining she was that girl. Like, no.
Now traveling is
man.
dope, bro. Traveling is experiences, and it's all about experiences.
Oh yeah, man.
When you're 90,
I
you're
would
not
love to
gonna
travel.
remember shit except for the experiences that you had, and you'd be lucky to remember all of them. But the experiences are really where the value is, in my opinion.
Yeah, I was seriously
Yeah.
asking about India. I wouldn't mind going.
Yeah, yeah.
Seriously. I've been in a lot of places. I travel quite a bit.
India is one of the few places I think that you can still go to and have a hardcore culture shock, which is good, right? That's what you want from traveling. You want to land somewhere and
Absolutely.
feel like you're somewhere
Yeah,
different.
Yeah.
There's
It's
not
a
many
different
places
world,
in the world.
different
Everything
culture.
is so sort of westernized now that wherever you land, you feel like you're in another major city somewhere.
I mean, we're getting there.
Yeah.
We are moving towards the same, Western culture. It's like, but
Yeah.
yeah, you'll get a culture shock. I get a culture shock living in India myself every time I travel in within India itself. I mean, because we've got so many languages and so many different regions, and so I mean, it's just bizarre, man. It's like it'll astonish you beyond repair.
Yeah, there's nothing
Yeah,
worse than
I've watched
traveling
a lot of videos
somewhere.
on India. It's pretty cool.
There's nothing worse than traveling somewhere and just doing like boring tourist shit. Like I like to go and do what the locals are doing, right? Go where the locals chill, go to the parties the locals are going to, the restaurants the locals are eating at. If not, you just end up in this weird tourist trap, sort of like fake.
Yeah, you ever been on a cruise? That's basically what it is. They say,
Yeah.
"Oh, we're gonna go to Mexico," but literally you go to a place that's fenced off on the beach. It's not.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
You know what's funny about all the places that tourists people visit generally? I mean, the locals that live in that place probably might have not even gone to those places themselves.
Right. Yeah, that's true. That happened to me all the time in New York. People would come visit and they're like, "Hey, you want to go to the top of the Empire State Building?" I'm like, "Damn. I've been here for over a decade. I've never been to the top of the Empire State Building." Yeah, sure, let's do it. Do it.
But yeah, travel is the key, man.
Yeah, I agree.
And it's how you travel. I think driving is so much better than flying if you can. Keep your feet on the ground, explore.
Yeah, I mean, it depends if the roads and all, are like suitable for all that.
Well, yeah, of course. Like if you have a chance to go cross country in India, that's the way, to really experience it. Then fly from one tourist destination to another tourist destination to really get the feel of a country. Drive through it.
Yeah. Icicle, we trade every day for the most part.
Like when I come to the US, I don't want to be on the tourist trail. Like I want to get out there with the locals and see cuz if you go off their recommendations for places to go or whatever, like you'll see more of the real the better stuff.
Yeah.
The real America.
What's cool is now you can pre-game everything with Google Earth. So like, you can kind of plan out and see actually the road before you go see the road to make sure it's going to be a good road,
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Icicle, if you're
And the
talking
amount of
about
times that I've been
do we do live trades on screen? No, I don't show my live trades on screen. I'll tell you when I'm getting in and getting out. For the most part, everybody knows what we're doing, but nah. We don't sell anything, so there's no reason to, people that do live trades are just trying to sell you some sort of course or something. I prefer my privacy. But yeah, we've been catching falling knives for the past that week, 2 weeks. We snatched each one of these drops.
Yeah, pretty much.
Hmm.
I mean, it's got its ups and downs. We got the zigs, we got the zags, we got the A's, we got the B's.
Yes, we do. It sure is.
Explosive.
Pause. Pause, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Who's you? You guys talking to Ghost or something? Or is there somebody talking? I can't hear him.
Yeah, it's Ghost. He's like, it's getting real tight. Was it Ghost? Who was it? That said that?
I don't know. But he said something about it.
Oh, it's Crypto Big. Yeah, I had to turn you down in the middle of the night, bro. You were talking to yourself in here, talking about some crazy shit.
Really?
What was he talking about?
I don't know. It was like singing or some shit. Maybe you didn't know you had your mic on. But you were just rambling, bro. There was nobody talking to you. It was just you. So that's why I thought maybe his mic's open.
That's good.
Good thing he didn't have his camera on.
Maybe he was just checking his singing
Too
voice
bad.
on YouTube.
We could add some blackmail material on him.
What was he singing?
I don't remember. It was late night.
Man, seeing that the daily candle is now what 4 hours old, and it's at 0.02% down for the day for Bitcoin. That's that's how you know you're in a grind.
Look at where we landed as far as staying out of that range with that daily candle.
Yeah.
One more day above water, baby. One more day.
Yeah, that's right. It was impressive to see it come up and almost tag 109,000 the other day. It was only what, like 4 days ago, 3 days. That's pretty tall.
Listen, easily put, going through this pain, watching these charts, going through this bullshit, you deserve what you're going to get from it. If you walked away through the boredom, decided to go do your thing, and I'll just come back later, and then you deserve what you get from that too. You know?
Yeah. Crypto definitely rewards patience and commitment if you're there for it in the bear market.
Honestly, one of
When
the
no one's-
only pure meritocracies that I can think of right now, where you are 1000% rewarded by the effort that you put in, the education that you give yourself, the rules that you make for yourself. And that's it. You do good, you get rewarded. You do bad, you get punished.
Yeah.
But nobody can stop you from getting to the top but you, right? There's no boss that can gatekeep shit. There's no supervisor that can skip you over on a, you know what I mean? On a promotion or whatever.
You just have
like
to make sure you just have to make sure you're playing the right game to get there. Because you can play the wrong game for a long time and you can be committed to doing the same mistakes and you won't get anywhere. But yeah, there's definitely nothing wrong with us with playing the slow game with crypto. Like that's safe and slow and steady. You do win the race.
As long as you look both ways before you cross the street.
Nah, it's hardcore. The turtle in the hair, bro. Turtle in the
Yeah, if you
hair.
try to
Spot
get it all
investors
done in a day.
versus high leverage, high frequency traders.
People trying to get rich in 1 month. It's like, damn.
Yeah, every time I'm bored watching the charts or whatever. That's the time I'm not spending looking and doing TA on bigger time frames and checking all my stuff, making sure that like where I think it can go can go. So I've been trying to do that a little more lately. And it's been helpful. It's like helped me just see it, you know? Like I could be bored or I could be active about it.
Yeah, it's better than over trading, right? People feel like they always have to be trading. If they're not trading, there's money being left on the table. But all the time you do looking for your setups and all the time that you spent researching, like that all helps the trades. It's like the work that happens behind the scenes that nobody really, talks about. Dominance
Yeah,
is retesting
Bitcoin
that bear flag. So we'll see if that's actually going to be a legitimate break of that flag or if it's going to regain that level here.
We're definitely getting that kind of pennant shape of Bitcoin on the hourly chart.
Yeah, it's gonna make a decision pretty soon.
Very squeezy, yeah.
This is what we have to avoid on Bitcoin, right? Like W pattern into the bull flag. All looks bullish to me. In the background, what I'm keeping an eye on is this bearish channel that has not yet confirmed, right? The bones of it are there, but we need another hit to the top. But you see where our flag takes us to? If the flag breaks out, it takes us right to that retest. If we reject there, then we can't deny that we're in a bearish channel. We need to break out, right? So we want our W pattern to break out. What we don't want is to clear these liquidations, reject, have it just be a liquidity sweep up, create that bearish channel, and then come after these liquidations. There's a good chance that that happens. The only reason I say it is because we're going into Friday. So if I have to like magic wand it and say next 24 hours, come up, clear these liquidations, come down, clear these liquidations, and then end up exactly in the same spot that we're in for the weekend. And then this ends up being our this ends up being our trapped longs and this ends up being our trap shorts.
Man,
Yeah, I
crazy Friday.
1000% think it could do that in 24 hours. I mean, I'm not saying it will, but it's definitely possible.
Wow. Strap in.
We're just talking about a sweep to, well, first of all, like, if nothing else changes, we're in a range, right? So if nothing else changes, we're moving to the top and then we're moving to the bottom. But even without the liquidity sweep, right, just the trend of the range would tell you, okay, at some point you're going to hit top, you're going to hit bottom until we finally break. But then when you work in the fact that we're squeezed on liquidity both ways, market maker gets paid. But liquidations run out at the top and the bottom of our ranges. There's a 400 BTC buy here, so chances are it doesn't go further than that. And then when you factor in that it's Friday and they usually attempt to trap longs and trap shorts, then you can put all three of those things together and say, okay, this looks like the most effective move to get all three of those met in the amount of time that's left. Again, doesn't mean it's going to happen. But if I was the market maker and I was behind the switches and I had control of the sticks, that's how I would run the play.
Was this treated just like a weekend as far as the CME? CME? Yes.
Well, we're going into the weekend now, so.
Well, because I'm asking because the markets were closed today. Was there a
Oh,
possibility?
no. The thing is we went sideways, right? So we didn't really even leave a gap. But yeah, let's say if we would have moved explosively today, markets open, there would have been a bit of a correction down into the daily gap, yeah. But look at what they did to us, right?
Yeah,
It's almost like they made sure there was going to be no gap. Joe, that's possible too. They could sweep low and then high. That's possible too. But right now, like I said, we have bullish momentum still. So the only reason that I'm looking at the top sweep first is because as it stands, we can get rid of this channel. I just want you to be aware of the importance of getting above that line. Once that breaks, then we could change, right? But our momentum is still on the macro anyways. Our dominant pattern is still bullish. My bad. Hold on, weird ass text.
I feel like these last couple of weeks has felt like we're just either at the loading screen or like playing the final boss.
It's difficult. I mean, I'll be fair. After this whole year, honestly, has been like increased difficulty. Like somebody just cranked the difficulty on the game up to expert. So
Yep.
I can't imagine anybody that started after January and doesn't have some sort of guidance, because I mean they're probably just getting whipped around crazy.
They've probably already quit and given up, and
Good chance.
we'll get back into it for some time.
Yeah. Mom was right. This is a scam. I'm so stupid. I knew it. And then they're gone.
Knew it.
What they say about the master has only failed 1,000 times more than the student, right? Hopefully not with big losses, but yeah.
How does it work? I don't know maybe how to explain my question, but basically what I'm wondering is I know that there are like dailies and then the weekly that we have to stay above to remain bearish or bullish. I'm sorry, to remain bullish. So how does that play into where they would go down or up first? I know you're saying bullish momentum,
Well,
but is there a time when does the weekly candle
there's 3
start?
days
Is
left
that
for
like
the
10
weekly.
minutes? Oh, okay.
So it would, whatever the move would be, it would fall within there. What we would prefer, or what I would prefer, would be to get it done as quickly as possible, right? And
Basically,
to
that would
not
mean go down
stay.
first and then come up, right? So we can
Yeah.
get out of it.
The bottom of our range is 1033, right? So let's say the weekly comes down to the bottom of our range. Where we can't break the candle is 1045. So you see the issue? We can dip down into the bottom of that range, but we can't stay at the bottom of that range long, or we're going to break structure on the weekly.
Right. So they have, if they do it, they have to be back by the end of the
Yeah.
weekend, right?
Yeah. We've played that game a couple times. We played that game here. We had 3 days left, and we were still at 105. And I knew we were going to sweep to 100, but we only had 3 days left. And if we wouldn't have come all the way back up, we would have been screwed. Watching that play out was nuts. Because it took like a day to get down. It took like a day and a half, almost 2 days to get all the way down. And then in one daily candle, we basically took all that back up and switched the candle green. Epic. Good night, Monster.
You know what's tricky is I feel like they're lulling us into a sense of, oh, don't trust the pump, you know? Like any move up is to be sold back off kind of vibe, which has been like a pretty good way to approach it because we've
The
kind of been in a
traders
range,
market.
but
Yeah, traders
yeah,
market.
exactly. We haven't seen massive markup growth that stays on the board for a while, like we did back like late last year. But as far as price discovery, we haven't had that for a little bit.
You know what's interesting too? That it really separates like some of these charlatan TA guys. Like, think about during the last bull market, right? All you had to do was tell your community to buy alt and hold them, and you were a genius.
Everything was exactly.
You were a
Everything was
genius.
just
There's a bunch of people who had
standing.
no idea what was going to happen, and you just tell them, "Hey, just buy and hold them." But like, if you're not talking to your community about taking profits, about measured moves, about how to know when things are rolling over, tracking momentum,
Yeah.
got to be pretty hard to keep a group of people together, right? If they keep getting wrecked. and it's happened like 3 times already. Like, there's only so many excuses you can make.
The market, oh, dude, definitely. The market has a lot to answer for the fact that people stick around. Because as soon as the market gets boring or ugly, the herd starts to thin out, and then what's left are the committed, the truly obsessed, or
Yeah.
or like, yeah, if the group has a lot of knowledge to be able to, like, guide new people, guide the people that are learning in the right direction on how, like, where to learn, where to pick up the skills and the knowledge or whatever.
When we
But
went
yeah,
to
man, that
when we went to
that
74,
2022 bear was nasty.
yeah. When we went to
Yeah.
74, we started getting more people in the channel at that point. And I asked one day, we had like 500 in here, and I was like, how many people are here from a channel that told you that the bull market is over? And it was like more than half of them, bro. Because they kept
that's
telling
what I
them
found.
it's over, it's over, it's over, and all the dips kept getting bought back up. These are the same people that told them it was over at 49, and then we ended up going to 112. Told them it's over at 74. We go back to 112. Like,
I think when I found you the first time, I went through like 15 different channels and videos of people like screaming that like it's all crashing and all this stuff. And then I came to your channel and it was just like people were calm. There was analysis going on. Like I was like, oh, all right, cool. This is where I want to be.
Makes a difference, yeah. Which also makes a difference when you are in price discovery, punching new all-time highs. If the group is level-headed and relaxed, you're not going to get caught up in an emotional decision making, where you're hyper or you're euphoric,
yeah. Serbo in chat just said he came from a channel where they told him it was over and it was going to go down further, so he waited and missed the entry with all his bags. Yeah, that's the type of shit I'm talking about, bro. And then when you come back and you complain, they're like, oh, but, the president just put a 90-day pause on tariffs, and who could have seen that coming? And, the market is irrational. It's the worst, bro. Literally the other day before we had the drop to 100K, when the alts got smashed this last time, right? I'm not gonna name the channel, but there were, and it's already somebody not to listen to, but I just don't want to get into the habit of. But the dude put out a list: top 10 altcoins don't get left behind for this alt season, right? Basically, a list of all the coins he was holding, I imagine, right? One day later, it crashes. And he was talking about risk management and stop losses. And I hope you guys took profit. And look, these were all the signs that it was going down. And it's like, bro, you literally just told us to load up our bags, or we were going to get left behind. And the people that get mad, they leave. And then the new people that find the channel on YouTube come in, they take their spot.
Yeah, man. There's like, the personalities you come across, like when there's arrogance about what's going to happen, those are the people that get wrecked.
Yeah.
And if they don't get wrecked now, they will get wrecked with that attitude eventually. The market will humble you, and so you have to be humble to being wrong, and the outcome not being so clear all the time. But yeah, the honesty, man. Like if you're just humble and honest, and you approach it with caution and risk management, that's how you get out. That's how you get through it.
Yeah, I mean,
But
one thing I can promise y'all is that if I don't know, I won't say. I'm not gonna talk. I'm not gonna sit on here and talk out of my ass. I'm never 100% right about everything, and if I have any concerns, I'm clear about that too. But I don't know. I just don't think that you can change your macro outlook with intraday candles. And these people they pivot so much, and I think it's because they don't have an overall thesis to what Like they don't have a macro plan, a macro direction. They're just sort of like swinging emotional momentum for clicks.
I can't say that like me joining the channel personally and the things that you mentioned along with others is like the whole measured move aspect that has been just so tremendously helpful because it's giving me more of a it gives me more of a different targets to take profit. So it's like
Yeah.
I know to take profit and this that all the stuff, but you always feel like you got out too early or this, that, or the other, but having a measured move to justify your take profit, like I don't feel like when I take profit anymore that I got out too early because now I know why
What the potential
I
was
took
of the
profit.
move. Yeah.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
then you throw in the
You feel like
momentum and being able to track when that measured move isn't playing out because you know how to track momentum and you know how to tell when something's rolling over, right? You know what kind of candles to look for at, at tops. You know what happens when liquidity runs out. It just
Right.
builds confidence.
I love like whenever you mention like, oh, it looks like they robbed us of $20 or $30. Like, I don't think I really even really caught on to the measured move aspect until all of a sudden we started talking about like insignificant numbers like 20 or $30 over 110,000.
Yeah, exactly.
And then it's like wait a minute, hold on. They robbed us of 20 or 30 and we're at 110,000. Okay, I need to make sure I understand this part.
Yeah.
And that's been a real game changer for me because I've been able to apply that aspect to all the other things that like I've learned over the years and stuff, even though now I've gotten to the point to where it's like, okay, W's, bear flags, bull flags, basically ranges. I try to keep it as simple as I can these days.
Yeah. I think it helps break up some of the randomness. I mean, for me, patterns are easy. Like I see them, but I know after watching for a while, these W's gotta be popping up at y'all. Like even if you didn't realize that 99% of bottoms happen as a W and 99% of tops happen as an M before, at this point, it's almost got to be popping out at the screen to you.
It's popping out so much to me. Like if somebody is like a degen longer, I don't know what you want to call me. In other words, it's like, oh no, it's always gonna go up. I'm never gonna short. But as like that type of person, I see M's now. I'm like, oh no, that ain't an M, dog. That ain't an M. No, it's playing with me because it's like, dang, dude, is this about to go down? Because now I'm seeing the upside down W's.
Yeah. Yep.
It's wild.
They'll help you check your bias for sure.
Yeah, dude, it hurts my feelings lots of times.
Yeah. And then wrapping your head around the concept of mean reversion, it helps take away that panic whenever price goes down. It's like, okay, you just haven't found the bottom yet. Right? You're going to revert to the mean. There is going to be a ride back up. Not the end of the world, unless I'm in a wild shitcoin that's just, dropping for months at a time. But I'll be
Hey,
right
dude,
back. Give
that's
me a
so
second,
true.
guys.
Yeah, I definitely like when I first came in here and it was just I mean even now, I'm still newer. Uh one of those guys that came in after January, right? So but even just on a base level of like when I am thinking about what I have started to pick up on and I see potentially happening and just being able to have a potential confluence between what I'm seeing and other people are seeing and bounce that back and forth while learning all these concepts is, I don't think I'd still be trading if I wasn't constantly like learning, growing through this process. And then, you just see so many, like I've met so many good traders here that, and degens too, yeah, like, but, but you know, that for them they're getting value from it. For me, I'm getting value from it. So like, pretty cool, man.
I appreciate y'all. Cole said, I'm trying to see different kind of M's. I hear you. M's and those B's. But that's the thing, right? This W gets you this M. And shit, for somebody that might have been an M. Right? That might have been $1 million take profit that they got off of that W. Should be on a t-shirt. These W's will get you M's. We'll be the only ones that understand what the hell it means, but who cares? Screw everybody else, right?
Kind of looks like a crown.
You know, we haven't seen a Bart Simpson in a while.
You want a nice, like, inverse one here or something?
Kind of seeing that upside down a little bit, huh?
We'll say those M's could get you some
It'd be
W's
nice.
too, right?
If we get my target
here
2,
for it.
can we consider that? That'd be far enough, right? Yeah. Target 2 will get us a little inverse Bart Simpson.
All right.
That'd be nice. Well, we're stuck right now, but when it's time to go, there will be signs. Don't see them yet.
With how slow it's going, you think we're gonna need like a V-shaped drop recovery into spring, or
Nah, we just need liquidity to come back. Like, remember, the banks are closed today, so U.S. session had zero effect on the market for the most part. Right? We just built this W in what you call it, anyways. What is interesting for me though is that we put in a multi-day double bottom here. Right? We put in that first bottom on Tuesday, and then we came and put the next bottom on Wednesday. Whenever you have a pattern that spans days or spans sessions, right? Like this is a multi-session W. Whenever you have something that spans daily sessions, it means that it's more than likely part of a larger plan, right? It's not just some daily sort of volatility that, right? This is a deliberate, in my opinion, double bottom. And then we're seeing the same thing as we scale out, right? If you wanted to look at this as a higher low fractal, you would have another multi-day higher low fractal right next to it. But it's pointless because we haven't invalidated the first one. You don't want to go crazy just marking every, every higher low that you see. But technically, that's another one, right? And we had one in our bottom in U.S. session, and then our higher low in U.S. session on consecutive days. Lo said we need hats and t-shirts so we could spot each other in the wild. Funny. All right, bottom of this flag invalidates at 10437, which is our support. You'd have to assume if we break this flag, we're going after liquidity. And then our smaller W here that we're working off of invalidates at 10405. If this breaks, then we have to assume that they're going the route of the downswing first, right? Taking the low liquidity before taking the high liquidity. Let's see how tight we are on the top as far as liquidations on the 15. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's cool. Bears are going to chase this thing down if it goes. I'll check the liquidation heat map here in a second. That's a 3-month. Don't worry about that. All right, so I mean, there's a little, but most of our liquidity is up high, honestly. They're gonna come for some lower time frame liquidity, but there's a 12-hour. What's that? 1037. It's not even a lot, but it's only like $5 million in liquidations right there. Yeah, that would be taking all of this. So coming down into this bright range. These two bright ranges are basically what we're looking at on the chart here. All right, so coming to sweep that liquidity and then coming to grab this liquidity. Now that buy order is still there, 400 Bitcoin, I believe, unless they moved it. Did they move it up? It looks like they moved it. It was 1036, right? Yeah, so they spoofed that order and they moved it up to 104.04. $104.04. Am I tripping, or is somebody trying to defend the invalidation of that W? I'll put it a little lower, but it's right around that invalidation line. I'm not gonna lie, I'm a tad bit jealous right now. It'd be nice to have 400 Bitcoin to protect the pattern with. You know what I mean? As much as I like to watch it play out, and it's like, it'd be nice to be able to throw a stack of 400 Bitcoin under there just to stop price for shits and giggles.
Sometimes you gotta risk it for the biscuit, right?
Now, when somebody does something like that, that's a fifth of what they're playing with.
Okay.
That's definitely not the entire bag. That's why I think of it and I'm like, damn, how much would I have to just throw 400 Bitcoin at an invalidation to try to hold price?
Being
Yeah,
able
right.
to force the market, being able to force the market maker's hand would be pretty cool to be able to do that.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, I don't know if anyone has that power to do that, but yeah, damn.
Dom is breaking back up into our bear flag, so this is just going to be a deviation out of the range if this candle closes the way it is. These are hourly candles, so
I have a quick question for you,
yeah.
Dbloc. So on that bear flag that you have drawn, that top line coming down obviously is touching candles or even the spikes there.
Mhm.
But the bottom part of the flag is cutting through one of the down trends there. It's not backed up. So I'm kind of, I don't know if that's making sense to you or not, but
Yeah, so what I do personally when I'm drawing patterns is that I err on the side of most touches without
Gotcha.
violating any bodies.
Usually it's a minimum of 3 touches, correct?
I mean,
Most
yeah,
times.
you don't, 2 touches a trend doesn't make a trend, right? 2 touches gives you a trend line. The third touch
Right.
validates the trend for the most part, right?
Right.
So, and then you have to look at the time frames that you're on, obviously, because once we go to a higher time frame, hourly. Right? However you want to draw it. But the problem is when you break back in, it's the same as having, we talk about our ranges and having our deviations out of the range, right? Where you deviate out, come back, deviate out. And if you come back and you hold and you come back into the pattern, you're probably going to go back up to the top of the pattern. So it's the same for flags. They're just tilted. Right? The fact that this broke back into the trend means that it's just a deviation if it holds. So if it holds support on smaller time frames, comes back, retests, and hold, then you have to assume that you're headed towards the top of the range.
Gotcha.
Yeah, and at that point, for the most part, that flag would be invalid at this. Then you're already putting in a bullish pattern, right? You're putting in your big W fractal here, which I know nobody wants to see me draw on dominance, but right, turns into a different monster at that point.
Now, right there, right where you're at, just go back an inch there with, right there.
This whip, yeah.
So when you came down with the first line, why see, that's the problem I have with drawing these things is I always get messed up. I would have went straight up. Sorry. Drawing that W, I would have came down further to the left there with the first line, and I would have went right up that first. I bring that back to the left. That's right.
Yeah.
I would have stopped there, but then that's my next point would have went almost straight up like 1 o'clock from there to that next line. And I always mess up my drawings because it doesn't. To me, it doesn't.
So
doesn't
try
make sense
to. I get it. I get what you mean. I do, and this is part of why I say that the pattern recognition I think is a little easier for me. Try to break them down instead of paying attention to the ups and downs. Try to break them down to their trends. Right, to what the overall trend of the movement was. Right, from the time that you left, you did nothing but go up. You didn't get any lower. Now, if we were doing this in real time, which we were, but if we go back in time and look at the pattern, how it played out in real time, we had...
Yeah, see, that's where I would
have... This, okay, well, this, as you wouldn't have been wrong, right? Because without any of this price action, right, you would have been right, and you would have been looking for this higher low fractal, right? But what happened? It didn't come all the way up to the top, and you invalidated the pattern because you came lower,
top end,
right? So then you would take that out, and then now you'd be looking for your next one, and then eventually you would have got your next one, which would have been this one, right?
Yep.
And that's your neckline. And this is your invalidation. It broke out, didn't hold, came down. Now that's invalidated.
So you want to touch them where they're touching the top and bottom of your channel.
Yeah, it's all about the top and the bottom of the trend. You want a higher low at the bottom, and at the top you want co-equal highs.
Okay.
Right?
Yep. Yeah, all right, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah. That's why people get pissed about patterns. They're like, well, it just invalidates and then it makes another one. And then, like, yeah, that's your job to follow that. Yeah. You're not promised a move because it put in a higher low. What you're doing is that you're trying to snipe the moment where things change. If you don't want to play that game, then you don't have to play that game. If you don't want to play that game, then you can wait for price to find the bottom, come up, hold support, pull off, and then, now it's safe to get into the trade, right? You're sitting here and the price is doing this, and then it finally comes up and it comes back and it holds support and it pulls away. Yeah, you feel a lot safer to get in, of course. But we're trying to teach you how to fish in these areas safely. Right? So that by the time this guy's buying and he's happy to get it, you're selling him the coins you bought because you know the RSIs are blown out and this guy's about to get his ass handed to him buying late.
Mm-hmm.
Get out of these waters and come into these waters,
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Hey, Dbloc, I stepped away for just a second. I heard you say you're looking for what pattern at the top and what pattern at the bottom?
For the most part, I mean, people will go through all of these long, drawn-out explanations about, your double tops, or your tweezer tops, or your 3 green weeks, or your soldiers, or your Adam and Eves, and all of that shit is important. I'm not saying it's not valuable. But when you're going to make a decision about trading, you're in a trade and you're making a decision about what to do in the current trade, how to get in, how to get out. Only thing you're really concerned about is when is this pivot coming, right? When is this top coming? And you can boil tops down to higher lows and lower high fractals, or W's and M's. Right? So to oversimplify things, just to cut through all of the bullshit and get straight to the actionable sort of data, we just refer to them as W's and M's. Now, later we can go into it and say, well, this actually here is an Adam and Eve pattern. Right? Because you had your Adam, right? And then you had your Eve. Cool, but by the time you Google what an Adam and Eve pattern is, you already lost your entry at the bottom of the W, and all you needed to worry about was, is it a higher low? Is it a higher low? You take the trade, you put your stop loss right under it. If you're playing, if you decide this is how you want to trade, if you're right, you're right. If you're wrong, you scratch and you start over. That's just specifically for catching falling knives, right? Price is retracing, you're trying to get back into a position at a pivot to run a swing. Super chat.
Thank you for keeping
Yeah,
it
bro,
simple, bro.
definitely.
Makes it
It
easy to
didn't, for me, it
understand.
didn't start clicking until I learned enough about it to make it simple for myself, because nobody around me, everybody around me just wanted to make it sound super complicated, bro. Either that or they didn't understand it enough to simplify it.
Also, just time staring at charts.
Yeah, yeah. And just time trading, right? After so long trading, you really boil it down to what's really important to get into this trade and out of this trade. VWAP is good. VWAP's a way to tell if you're above or below a mean. A lot of people use the VWAP as the mean, volume weighted average price. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I get to the same numbers without it, and it's one less step. But above, you're trading above the VWAP, usually you're bullish, right? You got volume on your side. You're trading below the VWAP for the most part, you're bearish. That just doesn't give me enough definition, right? I need more I need a little more definition than that. Yeah, no, VWAP trading works great. There's nothing wrong with it at all. Just use it for confluence, right? Like, that's the thing. The more tools you have, the more you can sort of cross-check, and the more you understand them, the quicker you can sort of analyze whether there's confluence or not. The trick is to not get so deep into analyzing that you miss your entries. Right, you get that paralysis because you got to go through a list of 70 indicators to see if they all match up. For me, it's simple. Do we have structure? Is the structure proving that there's going to be a turnaround? Is there a target above me that market maker wants? Is there gas to get there? What's the sentiment? That's about it. Yeah, Diego, for sure.
Does it get harder for you when there's all-time highs because you don't know what the range would be?
Yeah, it gets fun in price discovery, because at that point you're just pure momentum trading, right? The only thing that matters is the momentum of the last 50 candles and just volume, and it really boils it down to first principles, bro. There's no crutches. As long as there's previous price action to the left, you've got a bit of a crutch where you can just draw a line and say, hey, it hit here before, it'll probably hit here. When there's nothing, just blue space and blue skies and opportunity, yeah, it gets hard. You got to get into your fib extensions, your spider lines, but a lot of it comes down to just momentum. Sentiment takes a huge front seat during that time, and then liquidity, of course.
And then you also have to, if you're playing like fibs work great on like larger caps. But on smaller caps, it's not always going to play out just because there's so much movement.
Yeah, yeah. At the very least, it'll give you spots to remember. Hey, I should probably take some profit since we're up here.
I was gonna say plus greed because you know you're making money. You're in blue
Yeah.
skies.
Serbo, it's just a doji, right? It's a candle that has a larger wick than a body, but specifically stopping volume candles have larger volume. They're vector gaps, right? I mean vector candles, sorry. Like stopping volume candle like here. Small body, big wick, 200% the volume of the last 10 candles. This was a stopping volume candle on the 1 minute. I think we caught this, or no, on the 15 minute. Or was it even smaller? Was it on the 1 minute? I gotta start labeling what time frame it was on. Oh, it was on a 30 minute. Right. Price drops, stopping volume candle, big wick, and then no candles after violating the body, right? That sounds crazy, violating the body. No candles closing underneath the body of the stopping volume candle. As long as no body closes underneath the stopping volume candle body, your strength from that is good. Good to trade into it.
Oh, sorry. You did bring up Bill Cosby earlier, so I guess it's appropriate.
Yeah. No. All right, it's officially Friday, so we are in our weekend trap setup mode, which means we're looking for quick moves up and quick moves down, and we are trying not to get trapped in said moves, realizing that it's all a ploy to trap margin going into the weekend. We know where our targets are. We know what they'll probably come get. Let's see. I wonder if this guy that moved up his Bitcoin buy realizes how many 100x liquidations are underneath him now. He was at such a perfect spot before. Like literally, price was about to run out of gas right getting to his buys. He would have probably filled all his orders. Now he's going to get filled and have to deal with being underwater a bit probably. Let me see if he spoofed his order again. No, he's still there.
You must think they'll never get filled down there.
See, yeah, he's still there.
You know, buying like 400 Bitcoin and the difference in price. I mean, I know it's a lot, but like if you got that much money, it's like not a lot. He's probably like, I'm just gonna go to bed.
Well, he's probably not even looking at the chart. He probably set that shit and he's living his life right now.
For sure, dude.
Maybe he's got a 500x short next to it.
All right, we're at support. We should be getting close to the heat on these liquidations now. Yeah, we're just a couple ticks away from taking that hot spot.
That's what she said.
Rover.
Thought that was good timing.
Yeah, but you can't play copyrighted shit on the stream. YouTube will snag for that.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I think I heard they just recently changed the rules too. You used to be able to play like up to 5 seconds or something.
They did, bro. They're getting hardcore with it now, and now they're just erring on the side of the creators, so anybody could just flag your shit, bro. And they'll just err on the side that hit you with the flag. And now it's worse because it's easier to get them, but they didn't change how many flags you need to get your channel taken. With 3 flags, you get your channel taken in 1 month. So
yeah, brutal.
Gotta be careful. I put a lot of trust in you guys, leaving you on mic overnight. I hope you realize that.
Is that why so many people are
that is
moving over to
insane.
Rumble?
Yeah, I mean, there's reasons for it. Mostly people in Rumble and got kicked off of other platforms for violating stuff, so they tend to go over there. But it's also to have a backup just in case anything happens with YouTube.
YouTube is like the customer acquisition kind of thing. Even I mean, I know you don't like sell anything. I
Yeah,
mean,
it's just
I
eyes.
totally
It's the
get.
best place to get
Yeah,
eyes,
yeah, yeah.
bro. It's literally the best place to
Right.
get eyes. They do all the work for you. You can go over to Kick and you can go over to Rumble, but you're gonna be preaching to the choir. You're gonna be talking to a very small audience.
Man.
Not that you can't have massive numbers, but you know what I mean. The reach isn't the
No,
same.
dude, I do. I mean, I don't even know why, but that like just like hit me like in my soul. I was like, man, dude, that's like because like in what I do, if I don't do a good job at my job, then there are literally it's literally people's livelihoods, and like in the sense of having your channel ripped away from you,
Mm-hmm.
kind of thing. I mean, that's someone's livelihood.
Yeah.
That's how I
It
look
could
at
be,
what I
yeah.
do, because that's well, yeah, I guess that's true. I mean, anyway, sorry, but
No, it's
dang,
true.
dude, that kind of hit me
A lot
hard.
of people are making all of their money on YouTube. Like they really cannot. If they lose their YouTube and they haven't built an audience somewhere else, they're screwed.
Yeah, not only that, but I mean, if it's like, do they like really actually like review whenever people get flagged and stuff? They like really actually review the cases, or is it just
Yeah,
like a
you can
numbers
go.
game?
You can appeal it and stuff like that. And I don't do anything that would really, I
No,
don't play the
of
kind of
course not.
content that would cause for any sort of copyright strikes, unless one of y'all come on here and just start playing some shit for no reason.
Yeah, for sure.
Like even the language, right? Even when I'm like language, like that shit's not gonna get the channel taken. Like you could sit here and say fuck all you want on YouTube, and they're not gonna do anything about it. But it does affect advertisers, and it does affect them putting you on searches, and it does affect them pushing you on Google, right? You'll just kind of
Bro,
be in the shadows, right? You'll be shadow banned, and if people find you, they find you, but YouTube won't do anything to help if your channel becomes unsavory to advertisers. And that's just the truth for any platform that's for profit, bro. If the
yeah,
advertiser doesn't want to play his advertisement and come on and hear you talking about some wild shit 3 seconds later after they just played the Dove soap commercial,
right.
and
I'll
now
let
you're
it.
talking like some wild controversial shit, like, yeah, you're not gonna get that ad anymore. And if YouTube loses Dove, guess who they're gonna lose before they lose Dove? You know what I mean? And
Yeah,
get rid of your ass real quick. It's the same thing for
for
Twitter.
sure.
Elon went on and said X is going to be free speech. No, it's not, Elon. You know that's not true because you
Right.
need advertisers, right? And we saw what happened. They tried it for a while. Things got crazy. Advertisers left. Then they started, bringing bands and stuff back in, and advertisers came back.
I'll say that like with my language personally, which to my knowledge I haven't like said the F bomb. And honestly, I'd rather not cuss at all at this point, but like I didn't like look in the mirror on my language, and like I've heard you say before, you're like, trust me, dude, if anybody cannot say it, it's me.
Oh,
So y'all
bro,
can too, kind of thing.
I have the hardest time with it, Justin. Like
Yeah,
that's
me
probably
too.
I'm so proud of myself.
No,
that I
dude, I am
haven't
too.
blacked out on somebody in here, or just like lost my patience, or just came in and took
Yeah,
some like,
dude.
bro.
That's actually probably the most impressive thing.
I'm
But
telling
like
you.
that whole like no F bomb thing, I've applied that to my life. Like, and I'm not good at it. I still drop it. Like I'm dropping that hard F bomb, dog. Don't get me wrong, dog.
What bothered
But
me was my first couple streams. I went back and listened to a couple of my first couple streams. I was like, damn.
no, dude, it don't
I
help,
was like,
man.
you got like, bro, you really gotta like, you sound ignorant. You know what I mean?
Right. It's such a reality check. Anyway, like, and then there was anyway. One day you were like, you don't need to trade anymore tonight, like laughing about it,
Mhm.
and then I kind of like looked at myself in the mirror on that too. There's been like a couple good life lessons in here outside of like trading,
It's just
and
like anything, bro. It's like being around your buddies and they're like, hey, you're bugging right now. I mean, do what you
I know,
want,
but
but you're
bruh,
tripping.
it's like the things I really need to work on. That
All right, we're losing
yeah.
that support, so we can invalidate our bear flag now. And we can look for that sweep lower. Measured move would take us through those liquidations. Yeah. We go underneath 1040, we invalidate our small W pattern here.
How far down do you think we go? Or do you think we're just grabbing
Range.
these 100X's, or
So I was saying this, we're in a range. I don't think we break this range.
copy that?
Yeah, so if we're moving towards the bottom, then we can assume bottom of the range. Unless something changes, we need to break structure. Our invalidation for our dominant pattern right now is 1034, so we're still a bit away from that. We're doing is coming down through that hot spot here on the heat map.
Yeah, I think I'm in a good place. My liquidation is a little close, so.
Yeah, we'll see what happens once we take that out. 1034 is the last sort of hot spot. And that takes us to 1034. Yep, takes us right to around where that invalidation is.
So do the liquidations work just the same as if it were pumping? It gives it fuel to be able to.
Yep.
Yeah.
They have to sell to cover. Yeah, I agree, user. Out of all of them, well, the most free, it's the best balance of the most free and still has people that you want to talk to or that you want to hear from. Because you can go deep into some forums and say whatever the hell you want, but you don't want to talk to any of these people. You don't care what any of these people really think. Just a bunch of trolls gathered trying to shock each other. You know what's funny? That so many of the trolls on 4chan, 4chan first came out, so many of the meme topics that would roll around that people would just say just to shock people have become mainstream conspiracies now. It's insane, bro. Like, this is shit that was literally just made up to troll on 4chan.
That's how most of it started, right?
Yeah, and now there's like full communities behind these things. It's insane, bro. The funniest one of the birds are fake one. The guy was saying that birds are robots. The birds are all bots and they're used to surveil us. It's what the government uses to surveil us. They recharge their batteries on the power lines. That's why you see them on the power lines. They're recharging.
Wait,
Funniest
that's not
shit,
true?
bro. Funniest
Yeah,
shit in
that's
the
not
world,
true.
right? But he started having like conventions, and just goofballs and stoners would show up and shit, and then eventually like real people started showing up, and it got so big that he had to come out and be like, bro, this is not real. Like, this is fake. Like, I made this shit up. And then they turned on him and said that the government got to him and that he couldn't be trusted anymore. And now these people are just running on their own, bro. It's insane.
Well, and it doesn't help that like they have developed bird surveillance bots in China and stuff like
Yeah,
that.
every good conspiracy has a little kernel that catches you. You know what I mean?
It's sort of like sentiment on here, right? Like if enough people think it, someone's gonna invent it. Right?
The repowering on the power lines, though, the recharging on the power lines is a stroke of genius.
Yeah,
It
that's
is a good one.
Like, that was probably the aha moment for a lot of dumb people where they were like, oh shit.
It's real. I knew it all along. I knew it.
It makes perfect sense now. I always wondered why they didn't get shocked.
There's some kid somewhere in America shooting birds with pellet guns, just looking for
Just to
chipboards.
check.
I was gonna say I'm surprised we haven't turned on the news to some crazy man in the middle of the city shooting birds off the High Line with a
Well, you know
shotgun.
what's crazy is that it's a really good example because it's something that's easily disprovable, but you're so locked in that you don't want to see that. You wouldn't even see the proof if it was there, right? If you saw a bird that on the street, it was planted in front of you, like that type
Those
of
make
shit.
perfect cult members.
Yep.
Well, and you know why you don't see it on the news is because when everybody sees old Larry shooting at the, they're like, nah, man, let him be, man. He just thinks that birds aren't real,
Yeah.
I mean, look at how many people believe flat Earth, and they really believe
It's
it.
the same thing. Some of the main guys from Flat Earth, some of the main proponents of it on the internet, the ones that really pushed it, these guys have all been flown out to Antarctica, and these guys have gone up. These guys have seen everything they need to see to know this isn't true. And for the most part, most of them have walked all that shit back. But there's still a group that thinks that they were turned by the government, they got to you, and birds are real. I mean, birds are
I mean,
robots.
there's some really good math dealing with planetary movements and everything that's pretty easily provable that
Again, it's like just like it's easily provable that a bird is real, but when you're committed and it becomes your identity, then you don't want to see it.
And especially some of these people make money off of it.
Well, you also like if you believe in something that extreme, like it makes you feel like you have an edge on
You have an answer that yeah. Your life is important now because you know something that nobody else knows.
Yeah, it literally gives their life meaning, and that's the sad truth to it is it's it preys upon it's like a intelligence tax, but for your ego.
I was just about to say before you say that I blame the school system, bro. I blame science teachers. Like, this should not be a problem.
Yeah, that's facts. I mean, I feel like in the old days, right? It was like, the CIA putting out conspiracies and then other people just profiteering from that, right? To discredit the people that discover things they're not supposed to discover. And then that just turned into a bunch of kids on 4chan and Reddit now make all the conspiracies. And then I think it kind of got back to a psyop thing.
They flooded the zone. They flooded the zone. The biggest sort of, and this isn't even tin hat, this is just real shit. This is a macro sort of play, in my opinion. Powers that be had people in the dark for centuries, generations and generations and generations. You needed to go to the smartest person in the room and he would tell you whether you were right or wrong. Easy to control people when it's like that, right? It's easy to hide secrets. It's easy to do shady shit because nobody knows what you're doing. And then in one generation, and then in hold on, let me land. And then in one generation, we got to the point where all of that was visible now. right? Everything that was hidden in the past was now in your pocket or on your desktop or on your PC, and all you needed was the curiosity to go find it. So then, what do? Right? You can't get rid of it. It's out. Right? Only thing you could do now is flood the zone. Right? You flood the zone with as many conspiracies as you possibly can. Everything is fake now. Everything. So when you get somebody that actually is sort of informed on something, right? Maybe he knows, okay, there's a conspiracy happening here with the government or whatever. And then you talk to him long enough, and then he starts talking to you about fake birds. You know what I mean? Like, it invalidates everything that he says before. And there's just so much bullshit that nobody knows what's real and not, and you just give up. You're like, whatever, bro. Aliens, cool, whatever, bro.
Yeah, it's a lot easier to hide in plain sight when like there's a million plants there, right?
Yeah.
Yep. And it's always that's kind of goes to that loudest voice in the room thing. Yeah. It's observation is a powerful skill, and critical thinking is a skill that we're losing. So. I guess I'm just trying to shake off a little bit right here, but what's the likelihood that we don't dip all the way down, pop up, and then come back down? Feel pretty 50-50 about it.
I know I'm shorting the crap out of the market right now. I got 5 different shorts in, so we'll see.
Yeah, dude. Everything's selling off pretty aggressively alt wise. And SPY's open. That's not even going down.
Copy that.
But it did open up with a gap though. There's a gap down.
Yeah, I always forget to check alts when this is happening.
Do aliens have access to the blockchain yet? I mean, I'm just thinking if we could get some foreign otherworldly cash coming in to crypto on the blockchain, that would be a game changer.
I think that makes Bitcoin a lot more worthless until we realize what that foreign cash can be used for. Like, where are we going to spend it?
We need Bitcoin to move. Discourse starting to lose it.
My bad, dog.
Nah, it's not your fault, bro. Bitcoin goes sideways. These things happen.
Bro, I literally had 38,000 thoughts in my head, and I'm like, okay, I like that one. That's a good one, dog. When the aliens gonna get on the blockchain for real though?
Blame it on the edibles.
You let the lowest common denominator intrusive thought win. I can understand that.
Yeah, I was in another world. You know what I mean?
Yep. I guess that would make you the alien trying to use your alien cash to buy Bitcoin right now.
You know how there's like people that are like scammers that are like, hey, I'm your uncle in Africa died and he was rich and here's a bunch of money.
Mm-hmm.
Give me your social security number. Well, like what if like the latest scam was like, hi, I'm my name's like ABCD from XYZ planet and I'm an alien and I need access to the blockchain. Please give me your account so I can make you gazillions of dollars. Not a bad idea.
Sucker born every day.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm sure it's been done.
Somebody
I
will
don't like
Okay.
it. More idea.
somebody will pay. Somebody will send them some money.
My bad.
Now the new one now is I need help. I see that you're into crypto. They send you a wallet address that has a bunch of money in it. They're like, look, I've got all of this. I can't get it off of exchange, or I need to get it onto exchange so that I can cash it out, and I'll send you some, but I need some gas fees or blah blah blah. I was like, really? You trying to get me for gas fees?
Dog,
Like,
I'd be like, hey
this is
man,
like
put that
a
money in
$70
XLM.
scam that you're trying to run here. Like, the scammers are even down bad at this point.
But yeah, they flooded the market. There's too many of them. But
I
get
never
like
well, I just never answer my phone, read emails, or check text or anything else like that. So like I can't get scammed because literally like I don't even open letters, you know what I mean? In the mail. It's bad.
Damn
It's
the
bad.
letter.
It's bad.
The
It's
fucking
bad.
letter.
Look, I'm just being honest and transparent to a group of people that aren't going to judge me. My bad.
you're too lazy and unorganized to get scammed. This is a defense method that is like next level, man.
I was with you till you said the letter thing.
But who needs private security if you don't do anything, right? Totally fine. Don't answer calls. I mean, they can't make you pay your bills if you can't pay your bills, right?
Or if they can't find you.
If you've never seen the bill, does it really exist?
Nah, if you can't pay your bills, they'll just take your bills away, guys. No problem.
Yeah.
You can't pay your house note, they'll just take the house. You can't pay for the car gone.
Yep. And then you don't have to worry about bills
Yeah,
anymore.
your bill goes away real quick.
And if the banks can't pay for it, then they take it from you then too.
You can't pay the lights, guess what happens to the lights? Boom, gone.
You know the best part is the bank will then sell that like house to somebody else who can buy that house and then play the bank to somebody else that they sell that house to. And so your mortgage is still active, just not for you. Like you don't get the house, but you helped pay for somebody else to get the house. That is state dependent, so not real estate advice.
Be right back, yo.
Made Dbloc go have to go roll a fatty after that excursion.
we getting a correction here?
Kind of feels like it, but it's so slow moving. Yeah, my ticker just keeps going back and forth from buy to sell to buy to sell. What I'm seeing with looking at, you know, you gotta see where this candle closes, but looking at the candle right now, not a lot of movement. It's slow creeping up, but still hasn't gotten up to that 50 MA. So I feel like we're gonna go grab the rest of this liquidity, at least down to like 103, 103, like 850 or something. But I'm no expert.
How long is it going to take to get through that 400 Bitcoin down there? I think that'd be a lot of.
I don't know if we will. Like we've got so we do have. We have a decent size liquidity at like 103.8. So I mean, maybe we do, or maybe we only partially fill the order. But we are. Let's see. So we're in Asia until like 3 a.m. So I mean, it's more than possible, and that would be the bottom of our range.
It'll go a lot faster than the last 2 days of this sideways movement that's been going.
Yep. I'm like kind of not that upset about it because I was working the last 3 days and I had trades open, so I kind of stayed right in the range where I was in the green on both sides of it, but a long and a short, I should say. But also, I'm not necessarily happy about that because I like basically my money set still. But that's okay. At least I didn't lose any. You know. But been able to just watch the charts and make trades, I would have been happy to make a little chunk here and there off of that, accumulate a bit, but didn't have the time, unfortunately. say that also. Different when you're actually trading, right?
All right, I'm back. I gotta step away for a second and check something. Anybody order that Solana phone? Has anybody gone through the setting up delivery for it yet?
I ordered it and I set up the shipping. Wait, set up the you said the UE? Did we already get it?
No, it's going out, but they said that you have to go set up the shipping or set up the delivery for it.
Yeah, I did that part. I did
All
that
right,
part.
yeah. I gotta go make sure because I think I did it the other day, but now I'm second guessing, and after not sleeping for almost 48 hours, a little cloudy on it, so I'm gonna go check to make sure I did all that. Did they give you a date?
No estimated date.
All right,
They just wanted you to ship it out
all right.
or get your shipping in order.
Yeah. I'll go check it right now. I gotta switch to the other PC. I'll be right back.
Red, pink, blue. It's looking like rainbows out here with all these multicolored candles.
Hype just made a new low. I've been trying to catch the bottom of hype, man. It's at 35 right now. And it just
I
keeps
keep hearing
making new
about
low. You said what?
No, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I'm saying I keep hearing about hype. Just don't know nothing about it.
It's all the hype.
Well, I
Yeah,
figured
there's
that.
a lot of hype behind it. A lot of hype.
Yeah. I guess in the degen space that works, right? In the in every other realm, I don't trust it, but well, it kind of makes me trust it.
Yeah, and essentially it's its own chain. And it provides like a perpetual trading platform that's on
Oh, is
chain.
that Hyperliquid?
Yeah, it's Hyperliquid. Yep.
Oh, okay. I didn't know the hype coin was just Hyperliquid token. So yeah, that's actually pretty cool.
It's coming down from an all-time high in price discovery.
Yeah, I
But
guess
new low after new low.
I guess James Wynn ran out of money, so now they don't have just this influx.
No,
I'm
he's
sure
bearish. I saw a screenshot. I didn't go to verify it, but apparently he's posted a chart and he's calling for 92, 93 now. He flipped bearish.
Well, I feel like I would also flip bearish after getting however many hundreds of millions of dollars liquidated. I do that off of like $5, dude.
Yeah, no, same here, dude. Same here. If we get one more low from here, I'm getting super bearish. On Hyperliquid, that is. Because this is like the 5th shot of me trying to catch its bottom.
Yeah. I mean, so I've heard, and correct me if I'm wrong, but that like I guess Hyperliquid has a lot of like whalish degen traders kind of thing on it, is my understanding. So we have a decent a decent amount of volume for being a smaller it's a decentralized exchange, right?
Yeah, it's all on chain, no KYC. You don't need to rely on like KYCing through any Binance or Coinbase or anything like that.
Yeah, so okay, that makes sense. So because it's a DEX and it's non KYC, so there's people that will go there for that
And they,
reason
and
entirely.
they have a lot of liquid, and there's a lot of liquidity too. So like
Right.
it can handle like large, like millions of dollars worth of orders. With
Right.
slippage, but probably not as much. I've never done $1 million order, but I'm assuming it's probably not as much as maybe centralized exchanges. And I think centralized exchanges, you're more prone to being targeted, maybe. Although being on chain, it's just as bad because everyone was targeting James Wynn. But it's just, I guess you have whales targeting you versus the actual exchange.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a kind of that adds up. And it's like I've seen I've noticed just on like coin maps and stuff or coin glass, I think it is, that whenever there's like a lot going on, I'll kind of check in and see things, and like I always check the hyperliquid liquidity maps. And it definitely seems like they have a good bit of traffic there. So sorry, whoever I cut off.
That's good. I was gonna say I shorted Hyper 7 times since this time last night, or maybe a little bit earlier. Like it printed me money every single time. It did nothing but just drop for the last 24 hours.
Yep. You know how they say on every trade, there's always an opposite trader doing the opposite. That was me on the opposite. Every time you were short and I was trying to long, and I just kept getting stopped out.
I
Oh
owe you a couple beers,
snap!
brother. I owe you a couple beers, brother.
Yeah, sometimes it's nice when at least your assets are staying within the community, right?
True.
No, cuz it's my money. I need it now. Give it back.
You better call JG Wentworth, not the guy that's copyrighted, but that guy, the other guy. Wait, can I get okay, never mind. I'm gonna stop that thought there. What margin trading is. Yeah. But yeah, no, I've definitely noticed Hyperliquid's it seems to have a lot of traffic, but I also wonder how sustainable that is. Because um, does anybody know what kind of leverage they get on Hyperliquid? I think it's like 40x and 100x for like Bitcoin or something like that.
I think so. Yeah, it's not crazy leverage. It's like 40. It's not like some of these exchanges offer like 500x. Nothing too extreme, but I think Bitcoin and ETH give you the highest, and then everything else is like 20x, 25x max.
Yeah, so it's not too bad. I mean, I was gonna say it doesn't. I wonder how sustainable it is, but then if it's lower, 40x isn't so bad. I guess it just depends on the protocol itself and how well it holds everything up. But I also wonder if it's just because it's been kind of sideways for a bit, if that's why the token's dropping. That would make sense to me. It's not enough people wanting to trade until they see something pop.
It just made an all-time high. It's coming down from an all-time high. It was just in price discovery like last week.
But no, that's what I'm saying. Like I'm talking about why it would be dropping down from where it was at. From being wherever, if it was at an all-time high and we've been going sideways on Bitcoin.
Yeah. Everything is just coming down alt-wise.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Like we're going sideways on Bitcoin, but we're not in because it's not up at the top, so we're not alter tanking, or not tanking, but regressing as well, right? So yeah, imagine it makes sense for tokens. So I guess in that case, kind of just gotta wait for this Bitcoin to do something to make that hyperliquid trade make sense. But or to make a long specifically makes sense.
Crypto Bic, if it makes you feel any better, I'll be on the ride with you on the way up when it goes up too.
Have you guys noticed, since you trade Hyperliquid, have you noticed a particular like latency in the reaction of Hyperliquid to Bitcoin, or is it or is like I should say consistent latency?
I can't speak to that. I just was watching my TA last night, and I did a short, and it looked like it was going to keep going down, and I just kept doing it. I did about 7 times between last night and late afternoon today, early evening.
Copy that. Yeah, good.
I haven't. I don't. It's not a coin that it's nothing that I follow all that much, so I really can't speak to much about it.
Fair enough. I think what I'm discovering is that I just need to do the research myself.
Well, what was
No.
interesting, what made me look at it yesterday, is because when I woke up in the morning, I saw, oh, shoot, I was watching the YouTube of, I'm just pulling a blank right now, but they were really pumping Hyper tires yesterday. So I went on to look at it later in the day. I'm like, oh yeah, I forgot to look at that. And I'm like, ooh, I thought this would be pumping. It's because they're a big channel, and it wasn't doing it. And I just kind of kept an eye on it. And then once it kind of started slipping, I jumped on like, yeah, I'll get in and see what it does. And then first one was just kind of dipping my toe in the water, and then it just bam, 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 just kept coming down and coming down, and it was nuts.
Yeah, so when before I was like on the trading side of things, I was, I would just accumulate little tokens here and there or whatever. And I had no idea what I was doing. But the one thing that I definitely did pick up on is that, like, I started to see a correlation between Bitcoin's price. Like, after we'd have a big pump, you'd see a lot of these exchange tokens go up, and then you'd see them dump, like, afterwards. And never, like, enough that I was worried about the token going. I didn't really understand how it all worked, but, I follow, like, followed, BNB token for a while, and Urine Finance was one of them. And I had no idea what I was doing, but I knew buy low, sell high, right? So
Right.
that
XRP
part.
sprint,
Go
XRP
ahead.
sprint for me right now on a short. I've got like 5 different shorts going on right now. XRP is one of them, and it's doing the same thing as Hyper last night, just down, down, down.
And I put my money for you. Love that for you, brother.
Thanks. I don't know why I do horrible on longs and I rake on shorts. I don't get it.
It's funny. I'm kind of the opposite. I always end up shorting the wrong spot because I'm like, normally my short is my reaction to the market, doing something.
My only
Looking
guess
at
is
my,
it depends on what indicators you're using, what indicators I'm using. Yours probably are more beneficial for longs, and mine are probably more beneficial for shorts. Is all I can.
yeah, I think my analysis or my bias is generally bullish. So
Mine.
I'm always
Overall,
looking
mine
for the
is
up.
too. Yeah.
And I forget to look for the down. And a lot of times when I'm shorting, it's because I'm like trying to hedge my positions. And so I end up, it's like, yeah, I save a little bit, but I also lose a bit. But a lot of times what'll end up happening is I'll end up being like, oh no, I'm getting close to my liquidation, or like, I'm concerned about it. And then I end up shorting, and I'm like halfway through the move already, or something, or it picks it up for a second.
Yeah, that's not a fun feeling.
Yeah, I try not to be as reactionary anymore because that's cost me a bunch. But
gotta be robotic.
yeah. So now I'm getting better at, like, okay, if I'm in the green on a long, I'll start. If I'm a good bit in the green, I'll start a short there just in case. Take a look at the charts, and start hedging the position before I close the position. That way, in case if it does tank and we dump, 5% on our token, like I'm at least not, like I'm not taking the whole L, and I might walk away with a dub.
Right. I don't know. I think for me, and it seems to me at least, when things drop, they drop fast. You get paid really quick, and then it takes forever for them to crawl their butts back up to the top. But when things are going south, they go south in a hurry.
Yeah, I think it can feel that way because it's like I'm bullish. The things are still pointed upwards in the long term, right? But in between that, there's a lot of that consolidation, and a lot of times it takes more time to consolidate or to to accumulate at the bottom than it does, I feel like, to dump off the top, right? But like when we do get those big upward, like it moves so quick,
Sure. Out of my experience, and I'm hardly a pro at this or a lot of experience or anything else like that. It just seems to me like I only have seen those I could almost count on two hands the amount of big run ups, but I see a lot more just submarine drops.
And so I only catch so much of the market, or
Sure.
see so much of it. Like I miss half the moves, and then I'm looking for the next move, right? And then it'll like wait to move until I go back to work. I'm like, dang it.
Yeah, I live in mountain time, but I work from home, so I've got 3 monitors going and kind of do stuff, keep my eyes on a lot of different stuff while I'm working from home, and fiddle here and there during the day. Then I got to do a Zoom call for a couple hours and can't do it, and so just hit or miss for me.
Yep. Well, I mean, it sounds like you're in the good. You've got a good little setup for being able to trade throughout the day, which is awesome. That's great, man. So I'm
Yeah, and I don't
working towards that.
I don't
You'll
sleep
save me
much.
up there.
I
Yeah.
sleep about 5 hours a night, maybe. But
Oh, that's good. At least you're getting
so
the base amount of food.
yeah, so I see all the markets, Asian, the Europe, and ours.
You ever heard of a guy that he's a day trader out of Japan named, I think it was BMF? Sorry.
I haven't.
I think watch a documentary on him. I think you'll find some inspiration from his story. He was
B as in Bravo, M as MF.
yeah, I believe so. Or I think it's BNF, like N as in Nancy, I believe. But I'll see if I can find the video. I'll send it to you. I just watched the documentary on him.
I'll do a quick sure.
Yeah, he made like $17 million in a day, and he was just this is before YouTube. And he was
Is this
just
a
an
British?
individual
Oh,
trader.
yeah. I've seen this guy. Yeah, I've watched a couple of his things. In fact, I have some of his stuff actually saved up in my thing that I haven't finished looking at. Yeah, the trading legend, BNF. I thought you were talking about the British guy, kind of younger guy, got his head shaved.
I know who you're talking about. Yeah. He's
Yeah.
he was worked at Citibank for a while. He's like the number one trader
Yeah,
at Citibank.
now he's just now he just absolutely just just pisses all over big corporate, entities, and just tells us, little guys, how we're basically getting used and abused and how it works from the inside and all the manipulation, and just like, holy cow, this guy tells some stories like, yeah.
Yeah, I respect that he made millions of dollars and stuck to his guns on, like the tax stuff and stuff like that. I will say it's also very easy to do that when you are in the position of having that amount of wealth. It's just that most people don't, because it's not good for their investment. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
so
he's kind of like he's like one of the, as I say, he's like a
I
magician who quit, and now he's telling us how all the magic tricks are done.
yeah, that part's really cool. But I'm also I am curious to see what his actual motivations are, because you never know. Like it's like it's great to see it, and I hope it's legitimate. And but also, until I know
I don't think he
something,
has any.
I don't think he
Yeah, I
does
don't think
either.
he
I'm
has any
saying I
type of a
don't. I
channel where he
assume
charges
that
people for
everybody
anything. Yeah.
has. No, yeah. But I mean, he makes
An
money from
ulterior
interviews.
motive.
I mean, he doesn't have. But yeah, like if he's, I'm not saying this is it. I don't think this is why. If anything, it's probably that he has a vendetta against people within the industry that he had issues with or something. I don't know.
Oh yeah.
But
He has that.
he
He's
saw
got a
the
chip on his
sausage get
shoulder
made
about
from
the.
at a different level. You know what I mean? So I can understand. It's probably legitimate. I just assume that people that if I haven't met you in person, I don't trust anyone's motivations. No offense to anybody, So
What are you saying
I've
about
seen a
me?
lot of people. And no. I've seen a lot of people talk a really good game and then not be that person when it came down to like crunch
Kills
time,
me
right?
is these people on Insta. What kills me on Instagram, all these big people that have made it big, and they're like, "Well, you need to take time off, and you need to make sure you take vacations, and you need to get a massage once a month, and you need to do this, and you need." I was like, "Holy shit!" Like to get where you were scraping just like we were. You were working 90 hours a week, and you were doing everything else. Now that you made it big, you're trying to tell all of us that we need to be doing what you're doing, and you're a multimillionaire. Like,
I
it
mean,
just drives me
so
bananas.
I've had this thought, right? And the one side of me is like it's all fake because there is a lot. I mean, we've all seen there are numerous amount of streamers and whatever content creators that are just terrible people when it comes down to brass tacks, right? But the other side of it, I'm like, I admire that they're like a lot of these people because you're an entrepreneur. It depends on what they're doing to make their money. But I admire the ones who like whether they're greedy now or not, whatever, it's gonna happen. But like that, we're like, nah, I'm not gonna work, a regular day job. I'm not gonna let people dictate how I act and so on and so forth. I mean, even though they really do more than anybody, because you have to let people dictate how you act if you're a public figure, but of any sort, But like, the other half of me is like, that's kind of like probably not the worst life choice you could make. And I can't really argue. I look at the actions that you take to achieve success, you are accountable to, but also the risk that you take as an entrepreneur is pretty high. So some of those
You're not
people
telling
like
me, yeah.
yeah, some of those people will fizzle out, and they'll get they'll lose all their money that they made really quick to lawsuits and this, that, and the other, and whatever, or just they won't spend their money well. But I mean, like a game plan is a game plan, and if it works, it works. And there are jobs that harm a lot more people than those too, right? That people do to make their money. And I'm not judging anybody for making the money the way they do because I make the money out the way I do because that's how I know how, right?
No, I just the part that just bugs me is they make it sound like they did that stuff all the way up, that they took all, stop and smell the roses, and they did
Yeah,
this and everything. It's like, no,
I
you
call
didn't.
that
You busted your and I respect them. They did the same grind. They ate shit for years, and they did this and that and everything else. Like, but now that they made it big, they're trying to tell the people that are trying to make it big
oh
to,
yeah,
oh, just like. Ugh.
I call that the Drake effect. No offense to Drake fans, but where he's like started from the bottom, now we're here, but like you were on TV, bro. Like that's not the bottom. But at the same time, dude was at least successful for a very, very long time and pretty untouchable. So yeah, there's
So is P. Diddy, but we're
people
not
who are
talking about him.
oh I think he's been invalidated at this point, right? So like fully, and probably Drake has too, but that is yet to be. It hasn't been done in court. So, but like, yeah, I mean, it could always be worse. It could always be better. But there's everything that anybody can do involves sacrifices, and some people sacrifice aspects of their life, and other people sacrifice aspects of other, right? And so I will
100%.
say, like, in the grand scheme of things, if somebody's making their money and they're successful and they're not, doing the worst, I can't really argue with that logic, right?
Nope.
Yeah. And the old adage goes, like, if you make money too easy, if you don't have to do the hard part, right, to make the money, it's very easy to lose sight of that money and what its value actually is. And if you don't have a good facility to value your money, then it's just going to be wasted.
Difference between a trust fund baby and a self-made person.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think part of that doesn't get told a lot too, right? Is there are tons of trust fund babies we don't know about that work hard, take on a lot of responsibility from the day they're born, and do a lot to keep their money motivated. So, yeah, I judge people by their actions and what I know. I've met billionaires who are like some of the kindest, nicest people, and yeah, I'd probably be a little kinder too if I was a billionaire. But not everybody is that way, right? There are tons of people that get to the top and they kick down, and I've not always had that experience with folks.
I worked in pro sports for 23 years, and a lot of pro athletes and movie stars and everybody else. And there's a interesting, through line with a lot of them as far as how they treat people and act and everything else. So it's weird that you can have two people of the same caliber, same money, and everything else like that, and one is great salt of the earth type of person, and the other one is just an absolute jerk off.
Yeah, you rarely kind of get the in between, right? So I worked in green rooms and around celebrities a lot. So yeah, it's funny. It's really interesting. It's always a nice surprise when it's a nice surprise,
I worked in pro hockey, football, and baseball, and the hockey players, 99.9% of them couldn't be better, nicer, awesome people. And
yeah,
baseball was maybe about 40%. Football was maybe 30%.
My theory with hockey is that it's because they've already knocked each other's teeth out enough times, and they fight it out in the rink, so they don't have to duke it out in real life.
They police themselves. You get on TV and you do an interview and it's all me, 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 me. You're gonna hear about it from your teammates. You throw something at the trash can and miss it, and you don't get your butt up and go get it. Hey, training staff's not your mom. Go get that shit. They they run it. They run a tight ship. You don't. There is no me. There's no I in team. And if you watch, I just watched a guy that I worked with for years, player the other day, just retired, and he when he retired and gave a speech, it wasn't just thanks to my teammates and coaches and family. Like, he talked about everything from the security guards in the building to the training staff to the coaches to you name it. They involve everybody, and it's a pretty close knit family, and it wasn't that way in baseball and football.
Yeah, I think there's a lot more. There's a lot more things in between the players in those sports and the actual staff on the ground. Sorry if somebody was trying to speak. But yeah, like I feel like football, you have so many, like, there's so many layers to that and so many coaches, and then you have, like, everybody's getting traded to different teams all the time, and like there's so much ego in that sport. I really do. I think it has something. Part of hockey is that you get in there and you fight with your brothers, and you get your butt beat a few times, and
Well, you're a
you know, it
team,
builds.
whereas the other sports you're an
Yeah,
individual in a team
yeah.
setting.
I played rugby, so that was kind of how rugby works. Like you need
Oh yeah.
each other on the field. Sorry. Hey, Guns, you're
Mike's
hard to hear
ever.
right now. Yeah, sorry for talking sports ball, y'all.